Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the AOC Masters Tournament 2021. My name is John P. I'm joined once again by the one and only Imperium. We are back here for some awesome fixtures. These teams are, of course, competing for that huge prize pool we got taking place. But you know what? After yesterday, even the day before's games, we are in for an absolute feast of chicken dinners, hopefully, today, Imperium.
Yeah, we are 8 matches in. We're going to be getting into our next set of form with a 43,000 prize pool across this whole tournament that's being played out. Lots to be talked about and lots of stories to tell across the board. You got teams representing, Taiwan, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Oceania, of course. It's incredibly amazing to see all these teams kind of come together and at least be part of this tournament.
Yeah, definitely couldn't agree more. As well, like we said, they are playing for a 43,000 US dollar prize pool, and that right there is a lot of money to be playing for. But not only are they playing for that money, they're playing for lots of other goodies as well, which we'll get into and break down slightly in a little bit. But if you guys are tuning into the stream for the first time and you want to sort of know the format and the way things run here, there are going to be 24 games throughout the week. We are on day number 3 right now, so we're going to be heading into games 9 through to 12 this evening. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how these teams come into this, because we were talking on one team you mentioned coming into this at the start is, the team like Fury, Battlegrounds United, the Expendables.
Yes.
These teams have got 40, 50, some teams pushing onto the 60 kill region, but they're sitting at like 30th in the leaderboard right now because they've not got chicken dinners to back themselves up.
Yeah, exactly. Just haven't been able to put themselves in the position of closing out the games and maybe not being as calculated across the board. Battlegrounds specifically actually had a pretty poor day yesterday, very much under the radar, and I would say their bad day was massively overshadowed by some teams' fantastic day. But, so I'm excited to get in a little bit more about them and what kind of went wrong in yesterday's games. But you can see the overview of the tournament so far. As you said, 24 games, 12 Orangles, 12 Miramars. You got the 16 teams, 2 from Thailand, 2 from Malaysia, 3 from Philippines, 2 from Chinese Taipei, 2 from Indonesia, 3 from Vietnam, and 2 from Australia. Now, they are invited teams, but they certainly haven't taken it for granted, to say the least. And of course, John, the most important thing coming into this, which you alluded to, which is the chicken dinner rule. It doesn't really matter how many kills you have, but if you haven't been able to win a game, you're not really getting anywhere in the table.
Yeah, and I think that is, something that has played into the strengths of many other teams, the likes of Team Bliss, for example, who are sitting at second in our standings, I believe, at the moment, and obviously the squad of SGD,
yes.
Joy Dway. I think I've said that right. Do you know what? But I want to make it my mission, Imperium, by the end of this week to know how to pronounce that name flawlessly, because I feel like we butchered it many a times. But I alluded to and mentioned the prize pools slightly earlier on. This is what the players and teams are competing for. That first place is going to be taking home not only a brand new keyboard, mouse, headset, and fantastic AOC monitor. They're going to be taking home a nice, cool 3,000 US dollars as well. If you finish just slightly one team below the top spot in second, you are going to be taking home $2,000 still. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to pick up yourself a brand new mouse, but a mouse, keyboard, headset, and a AOC monitor as well. And for third and fourth place, it's going to be a mouse, headset, AOC monitor, and $1,000 US dollars each as well. And do you know what? I remember when I first started playing esports back in the day and competing in professional tournaments. I wish I had myself some prize pools like this.
Hey, man! Whoa! Firstly, I'm wondering. Is that one monitor to share between the whole team? If that's the case, then that's a bit of a feels bad, man. I'm sure it is per player. Secondly, what do you mean? When I was coming, dude, you're still young, Like you say that as if you're 45 years old, Although you have been in the esports scene for quite a while.
I definitely feel it, playing ranked games and online games all day, every day. It can wear your batteries out, to say the least, but that's why I love taking a break and casting some games at the same time. So we talked about our team slightly, Imperium. These are the team lists here. Are there anywhere or anyone on this list of teams here that you think need to have a very good day today?
Oh, need to is definitely if you're really looking at it, the side of Kingslayer and Bad Boys Alliance currently rocking quite low in the standings of 16th and 15th, because just how they haven't been able to play the right way and not getting the right positioning on board, making some desperation plays. So I really think they need a good day as teams. But when you're looking at the players and who've made the biggest impact so far in the first 8 matches, it's got to be Shen, man. That guy absolutely popped off yesterday.
Yeah, and one thing you want to look at quickly is the damage this man has done as well. 3,352 damage across the board. He is a player that as soon as he spots, it can be anything from your head to a toenail peeking out, he will take shots at you and hit you. That was the story of yesterday, at least for the side of SGD anyway himself, yes. And I think it was Jervis as well, clutching up a 2v whatever it was. There was still like 40 odd players left, and only the duo left alive for SGD, and that was the game they started with a player lesson as well. I think it was actually match 3 of yesterday we saw, and they pulled out that win. But Shen all day yesterday, from strength to strength, every single game I felt like he was making a play, whether it was picking up a 2 kills or a squad wipe. There was that one situation where we saw him and Jervis left alive for his squad and had 4 teams, it was crash, or 3 teams crash onto them towards that set of compound, and they wiped everyone out. But in terms of damage though, although it is going to be Shen with the highest kills, Monty on the side of Team Bliss just popping him for damage by 10 extra damage. And well, for the side of Team Bliss, with Monty so high up onto the damage leaderboards, I'm surprised we don't see them have a few more kills on the board than what they actually do.
Yeah, and you're not wrong, but you're also, to an extent, it adds up to how Team Bliss have been playing within their play style, John, because they're the kind of team to play a little bit safer, play for that kind of late game positioning. But when you have that late game position, right, whether it's on the edge of the circle or closer to the center of the circle, the main aim for you as a team is to suppress the teams around you, manipulate them in the right way, and basically push them away so they don't go close to you. So that damage by Monty has been absolutely integral for Team Bliss's success so far in this tournament. Yes, it hasn't converted into as many kills as maybe him or the whole team would like. But at the end of the day, when you're talking about that chicken dinner rule, if it's helping the whole team grab that chicken dinner, job done. Happy days. Yeah,
exactly. And speaking of chicken dinners, it's going to be the side of SGD, Shy G3 on top of the leaderboards right now with those 2 chicken dinners. And you got to say as well, fragging and killing very heavily behind that as well. So out of the teams already inside the top 6 from giving a chicken dinner on the board, you'd probably say they look the most comfortable. And other than that, you got to say Made in Thailand and the Colony also looked fantastic over the past few days in terms of consistently placing well and finding some kills. But then we start to get into, the 7th through to the likes of a 12th, where there's a lot of kills on the board but no chicken dinners as of yet. And it wouldn't surprise me, I think this is a point that you made yesterday, Imperium, that over the next few days we're going to start to see maybe the likes of Baonam, E-Arena, Fury change their playstyle ever so slightly and implement that chicken dinner rule a little bit heavier. And across the board in terms of caster predictions right now, I think, well, the Chinese Taipei, they look very, very strong and knowledgeable about PUBG.
Yeah, they certainly do. They've put their names on the plate. They put the team up there, and they're certainly showing up strong in terms of the prediction game. But I still have faith in my E-Arena pick. They're on 45 kills. They've been so close to closing out those games, but the rug has been pulled underneath them. I think at least 3 games in the very last circle. 2 Miramars, especially between the first day and the second day. But I'm still impressed with how they've been playing overall in the first 8 matches. A team that I also really want to kind of highlight is PMA. I think this team has made big improvements. Their player KMFI is currently top of the assist leaderboard with 9 assists. He's also 3rd highest on knocks of 14. And I would not be surprised if Positive Mental Attitude won a game in today's 4 matches. Yeah,
I thought they played fantastically well yesterday. I think it was it might have been the last game of the day actually yesterday, in which we saw SGD pick up the dub in, or no, it's match number 3 actually, I think now, if I remember correctly, where there was a duo left alive for a large part of the game, and they finished top 4 eventually. They swept behind the team of the Expendables, I think, at one point, and rinsed them out and squad wiped them. And yeah, the squad at PMA, they are a team that over the first day or so, in terms of like the first few games back in day 1, match 1 through to 3, they didn't extremely impress me too much, but as the competition's gone on, I think they've definitely grown in confidence and definitely grown in comfortability in terms of the way this rule set's played, the play style with all the other teams. So definitely agree with you there in terms of, I think PMA could be in for a very, very good day indeed. But we are only a matter of moments away from heading into which will be match number 9 here on day number 3. And Imperium, I want to try and not throw you under the bus a little bit, but throw some predictions out there. I know you're supporting the likes of E-Arena. Of course, they were your caster's prediction. But other than E-Arena, going into the first game of today, which will be match 9 overall, what team are you expecting to come out and grab that chicken dinner?
It's a good question. It is a really good question. Because you have, obviously, the teams who've already won either 1 game or 2 games. You can definitely put any one of those teams up there, except for Division X and From the Future. Not gonna lie, I think those teams have kind of gone downhill since their first chicken dinner, which happened in the first 2 matches of the first day. But outside the teams that haven't got a chicken dinner, or outside teams who have got chicken dinner and teams who haven't, like I said, E-Arena, PMA, definitely up there. Fury and Baunam, again, they're kind of training for the competition of PGC, right?
Yeah.
Within that, it's going to be a requirement on the league stages to grab that chicken dinner, right? To be able to close out that game. But I really can't help but feel like that's really not their aim in this tournament, right? I think that their aim in this tournament is to really kind of grow and evolve their level of aggression, to grow and evolve their level of just teamwork, communication, and synergy as a whole, and just to prepare that little bit more. I've no doubt that they can turn it on a dime and close out a game. I want to see it. So it's kind of proven that little bit more. But I'm actually not expecting them to get this first game. I think it's going to be Team Bliss.
Yeah, I think, Team Bliss was a team that they sort of remind me of the Colony slightly as well, where they're so consistently placing very, very well within sort of,
about those.
Top 6 sort of region. They've been playing very, very well. I think there was one game yesterday where we needed to see them get a little bit... I'm thinking of a different team, but Team Colony was a team where they played off sort of around the way other teams played, and they let sort of the rest of the lobby dictate how things were going to go, and then they used their own intelligence and implemented their play style later on into like phase 6, phase 7, and it worked terrifically well for them. So I definitely think they're definitely in for a hot shout going into match number 9 today. If not, I think they will pick up at least one more chicken dinner throughout today's worth of games. But for the sides of, E-Arena, Fury, Baunam United, are these teams going to leave it maybe a little too late in terms of putting themselves under heaps of pressure going into, day 4 and 5 before we get to the weekend?
Yeah, exactly. Especially if the likes of Xiaoji Dui or Team Bliss grab another win, right? That's going to put them like 3 games ahead, and that's a massive mountain to climb in this kind of rule set, right? It's quite obvious that the likes of Baunam and Fury can frag out. You have Fury on currently the highest kill leaders of the lobby in terms of team with 53 kills. Baunam currently holding on to 41. So they can definitely frag out, but again, it's about closing out that game. I would like to see a little bit more from NGX and DK. It feels like they've kind of hit that little bit of a brick wall. I don't think they're performing badly, but whether it's the timing of the rotations, the timing of an engagement, they're putting themselves in unnecessarily sticky situations. And I'm even trying to take away the fact that as casters, we technically have an overview of where every team is. Some of the rotations that's being made and some of the timing of those teams' decision makings are just a little bit off. But they've also shown their potential to win team fights, to do something inside these games. But they just need to take that next step forward and show us a little bit more towards the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I think you've just highlighted a fantastic point, and one team, just judging off what you said, that comes to mind is the squad of Battlegrounds United. We saw it yesterday in terms of choosing when to rotate and when not to rotate. We saw the likes of E-Arena and Team Bliss do it successfully well on the zones, where I think it was actually match 5 yesterday, which would have been game 1 of yesterday, where it looked like it was going to be a military base ending on Erengel's first game of the day. Yeah. And we saw the team set up nice and early within about a minute or two of the rotation. Battlegrounds, they tried to rotate just at the wrong time, or slightly too early, too late. The thing I don't think people understand with the likes of a battle royale game is every split second decision and sort of calculated decision within a team has to be done to perfection and down to the T. Otherwise, you can get picked off when you're playing against teams. Yes. The likes of E-Arena, Team Bliss, such good teams. But that's enough about yesterday, Imperium, as we are going to head into today's game, match 9 of 24. We're kicking things off on Erangel, and what are we expecting here in terms of drop spots? Are we going to continue to see that Pachinki contested?
I don't think so. Based on what we saw in the final game of yesterday, where the Expendables decided to not drop in Pachinki and hand it over to Xiaoju Dui, I don't think we'll see another crash coming on through between those two teams. It feels like they've decided to separate themselves up, which I definitely appreciate. That playing path is quite heavily on the west, so teams that want to drop on the east are going to have a bit more of a stretch to make. Talking about the Phase 1 circles that will pop up, we saw some very difficult circles across the yesterday's Erangel games. The first one tempted and teased on Military Island, and the hard shifted on towards the mainland on Phase 3. And then we finally got that Military Island finish in the final game yesterday. I'm kind of hoping for an easier circle in this first game of the day, a nicer, more convenient circle from these teams, because that kind of, to an extent, takes away the excuses, right? It takes away the whole, the circles were terrible, and it'll allow these teams to maybe play a little bit freer.
Yeah, and we might see a bit more of that traditional and, PUBG-esque style of play, where we see it a little bit more evenly contested, as opposed to people sort of dropping off quite early in that rotation phase. But judging off that playing path, it did look like, I think actually for a second, the squad of the Expendables and SGD did head over towards Pachinki together. Whether or not one of the teams decided to swerve or just slightly go past it, we'll have to wait and see. But this team here on your screen, Battlegrounds United, coming into it, they were my pick in terms of the caster predictions. A couple other casters put them up there as well. One of the best teams going into this competition. And well, unfortunately for the side of Team Extraordinaire, they do have one player run over, but it's going to be Jacob who trades it, finds 2, and well, for the side of Made in Thailand, that's not the best of start she could have asked for.
That's a product of by the way, that's one of the new features that was recently brought into PUBG, where you can pick up your teammate and carry him to a safer place and go for the revive. It's such a good idea, especially in the early parts of the game, because there's nothing saying that one of the other myth players wouldn't be closer to that and could take out that player, out in the open. So that's a really good thing that Papa Chulo pulled off. But again, that's a product, John, of the very kind of one-directionally based playing paths, right? When it's on that west, the eastern side is going to be more heavily contested. You're going to have that potential of picking each other off or getting into a very early collision. For Made in Thailand, it's something where they probably should have dropped all 4 together a little bit closer, right? Whereas I get the 2-person team, but when you pick up a vehicle and then you try and stop and you don't have a vehicle, you don't have a gun, why go for it?
Yeah, well, one person that does have a gun is Namsi, and unfortunately for the side of SGD, they're going to lose one of their MVPs of the tournament thus far, as it's Shen, who's unfortunately going to have to sit this one out. And but this is what we saw. Wow. This is what we saw over the past few days. Anytime this was contested, it did look like the squad of the Expendables were edging this sort of engagement out, and it was a little bit of a shock to see them give it up yesterday. And as a result of that, obviously we saw SGD completely play out of their minds. So I think the squad of the Expendables, they're want to shut down this little bit of momentum that SGD have got coming into today. But Yeah, I agree with you in terms of that point you made about I would like to have seen the squad of Made in Thailand, not split so much in terms of their drop. We know that it is going to be heavily contested, like you mentioned, and there was a lot of loot and sort of weapons around for those teams to have split out and sort of divided out between the four of them. Unfortunately, they don't do that, and it's probably just two of the easiest kills that player from Team Extraordinaire would have had. And if you're a team that is, let's be honest, Made in Thailand, they've already got a win on the board. They're not looking too bad in terms of the kill department. To lose two players so cheaply and freely like that, you've got to be very disappointed with yourselves.
Oh yeah, it'll hurt their morale for sure. But SGD, they're getting picked apart so nicely from the Expendables. I don't know what it is about this kind of pachinki drop from the Expendables, but they just played so beautifully when it comes to wrapping around. The roof play from Jun, who has shown his absolute experience with, is definitely integral. But even look at Duck Namsi pushing up toward that building where the information has been provided. The knock is there, the confirmation is there. Xiaoji Dui, they're down to 2 players now.
Yeah, if you're the squad of the Expendables, you probably want to try and get this squad of SGD out of the lobby as quickly as possible. No mistakes can be made, and if the side of the Expendables come out of this with 4 kills and not lost a single soul in terms of their player count as well, they're looking in a great spot. That's going to be a world of confidence done for them as they want to try and stack their first chicken dinner on the board. And well, for the side of SGD, they're not going to get that third chicken dinner just yet, but we saw the duo of Chen and Jervis do it yesterday and clutch up when they needed to. Well, Jervis is still alive. Shen isn't, though, but he has got option to work with. And I mean, for these two teams here, if you're the SGD, are you trying to continue to re-aggress and fight the Expendables to try and trade the kills a little bit to get your kill column going, or are you just trying to get out of here and survive and play late game?
I think at this stage, okay, I don't think they should continue to take this fight if they can disengage. But I think they're in a position as a duo where they do need to just play for kills. Just not now, because right now they're in a massively disadvantaged position. Jervis being burnt to a crisp. Upchain can really do nothing about it. Jun is on the roof in the same house that he's in, so he's absolutely pinched in that regard, while the 3 players of the Expendables push on up in a nice, calm manner. And
this is what I like from the Expendables. We saw it from a few teams yesterday. I think it was Bad Boys Alliance, where they had a player pinned in one building and they just decided to push him one by one instead of just really collapsing and combining as a team. But the side of the Expendables, they're a lot better than that. They know not to do that as Jervis falls, and there goes Upchin. And well,
so good.
For the side of SGD, their hopes and dreams of putting a third chicken dinner on the board to start things off today are very much broken. But that is a fantastic start to the game for the side of the Expendables, and I would say they probably played that Pajinki drop as good as you possibly could have.
Yeah, timing wise, even of the engagements, you might go, that's nearly 7 minutes. But on a drop fight like that, you have to be very careful on how you engage, especially in Pachinki when you have the road in the middle and play. So to me, the Expendables could not have played that fight any better. It was chef's kiss perfection across the board. We do see Fury now starting to rotate across from the military island on towards the mainland, playing the coastline position. One of the E-Arena players, Lyrics, is disengaging away, trying to join up with the rest of his team. This is good by Fury. Playing the rocky side of the coastline means that your vehicles aren't going to get shot at. You're being much safer and there's less chance of you getting spotted.
Yeah, and already I've seen a little slight change in approach to the game from the likes of Fury. As before, we'd probably see them try and crash onto a few teams early on and play some frags, but even though they're getting shot at, they're looking to try and disengage, reposition themselves and get over towards that phase and set up as quickly as possible going into the likes of a phase 2 or 3. So very much agree with that here from the squad of Fury. Well, for E-Arena, they're just trying to find some tags at long range if possible. As I would love to see later on in the game, I think we saw it yesterday in Imperium, where it was like a 4-way fight between E-Arena, Fury, Baonam United, and I think the Colony was thrown in there as well. I would love to see some more engagements, especially with like a top 4 situation with some of these teams that are desperate for a chicken dinner to see how things play out.
I believe that might have been the game that Colony won, but I do totally agree with you. From the Future finds Papi Chulo, and despite getting 2 kills earlier on, he's been put down to the ground, back to the lobby, and Team Extraordinaire will need to rethink how they want to play this. Niall, on a side note, has been very good for his side Being perfectly honest, he's actually assist-wise, he's the third highest on assists with 9. Just the whole team haven't seemed to be able to get it together as a team to help get them into a better late game position, and things like losing Papichulo like that is something that really can't happen or shouldn't happen.
Yeah, and for the side of From the Future, had a very good day yesterday. Have obviously got that one chicken dinner on the board as well. And to start things off, finds the opening frag, like you mentioned, onto Papichulo. And for the side of Team Extraordinaire, they have got all 3 players from the future stuck over towards this single stack building. And I'm just trying to see it from the future. They have got all 4 players, but there is one player, YQQ, sort of operating as that anchor role, trying to play a little bit split and get some information as to where might be the best spots to open up. And this is something we see quite often in PUBG, correct, Imperium, in terms of like, usually you'll see 2 or 3 players from the team stick together and let one person play, sometimes an extremely crazy distance apart, and that's just pure like for positioning purposes, right, in terms of making sure that they know where safe on the map and trying to keep some cover and fire down.
Exactly. It's so integral in the first 3 circles to have a bit of a strategy like that. It doesn't need to be just one person, it can be 2, right? A 2-2 split is also viable, but either way, having that scouting ability on board to set your team up for a better position in the next phase is important. Phase 2 has popped up. Unfortunately, I have no idea where it's gone, because we've had no idea where the circle is. It seemed like it was southwest on phase 1, at least based on where teams are positioned around the quarry area. Boom! Phase 2 pops up. We finally get a bit of an idea, but it was a northeastern shift. That makes it a lot more even for the likes of, PMA, Bao Nam, Team Extraordinaire. From the future are right now in the dead center of the circle. Teams are sending it onto the chopsticks.
Yes, reminds me of one of the zones we saw from day 1 on Erangel, actually, where it started to sort of center around towards where that chopstick area was, and there was a moment where we saw like 3 or 4 teams crash over towards the top of the compound by chopsticks eventually. And well, a lot of these teams are trying to get themselves over towards these collection of buildings by chopsticks, and it wouldn't surprise me if you see a few more teams start to make their way over here. Team Bliss, they're going to try and get themselves into the mixer, as well as it's PMA, the team that you highlight, I think could do very good today. They're just trying to lay down some cover and fire. And on the other side of things, we saw E-Arena and the side of Fury disengage earlier on when it looked like they wanted to re-engage ever so slightly. And for the side of Fury, unfortunately, they are going to lose a player. It is only a knock, though, so the revive might come through. And we are going to see now, slowly but surely, a few engagements. Tech style, that's some fantastic shots there. Absolutely levering those mini 14 shots at Duck does fall. And this is where we're going to start to see a few kills probably come through here in Imperium early on, where we start to see these players try and set up sooner rather than later.
Like, Team Bliss, absolutely spot on with their positioning 2-2. So I talked about have a 2-2 split. They're not that far away, so if a team kind of crashes, there's a much higher chance they're going to be able to join back up. You have 2 separate angles of focus on where you're able to spread out, create that level of suppression. It's exactly what Team Bliss have been able to prove across these matches so far. PMA, all 4 players together inside that compound. It's a good spot as well. They don't get as much control compared to Team Bliss, but they do at least have that manpower to protect against any kind of compound breach if a team wants to crash on there in the next phase. Well, we do have a bit of a down period, of course. Just want to give a bit of a shout out to the new PUBG game that's coming out on mobile, PUBG New State. Crafton, the creator of PUBG, will be releasing their new mobile game, PUBG New State. It's the next generation of Battle Royale that's coming out very soon on your phone. It's a mobile Battle Royale game, but trust me, as a big mobile gaming advocate, it looks very, very good. I've played the beta version of it. It's coming out on the 11th of November.
Definitely looking forward to getting my hands on that for sure myself. I'm not a hardcore mobile gamer myself, but I've had my fair share of apps installed on my mobile devices, and I will most definitely going to be checking that out. And while we're talking about giving some thanks to people. How can we not? Of course, here at the AOC Masters mention, of course, AOC monitors, as AOC not only provides a super exciting event for you this week, but we also bring you some more special offers in many different countries. And for more information on that, please visit AOC Monitor via their Facebook pages. So far for these teams, we are still in that down phase ever so slightly here, Imperium. And for these teams, what are you kind of doing in this middle phase? Because the zone's starting to take shape ever so slightly. It's not been any crazy sort of shift thus far like we've seen over the past few days. Are we going to start to see a little bit more of that traditional style of play?
Yeah, I think we are. That phase 3 up towards the northwest once again puts Chopsticks in the firing line. And this is where I would recommend Team Bliss to go for a 3-1 spread rather than a 2-2. I think that's a bit too risky, because if a team goes into Chopsticks and then throws a couple of nades, they could get a couple of clean knocks. It's tricky. It's easier said than done, but that's what I would recommend for the likes of Kingslayers, who now have to move away from Quarry region. It's going to be tough for them. They're down a player already. Colony, DK, Esports close by on the northwestern edge of the circle. Gaka is still in play, and that's held down by the two-man team of Myth.
Yeah, of course, that team of Myth, one of the teams that suffered early on to the hands of, I think it was Papachulo from the side of Team Extraordinaire after finding the 2 kills early on that beach. But as we enter the middle stage of phase 3, the side of DK Esports, well, they've been a team that somewhat struggled along with the likes of Kingslayer and BBA, but one team that's not struggled, however, is the team of Fury and the Expendables as well. A couple kills apiece for either side, and the squad of NRX are unfortunately going to bow out here in 15th place. But it's so vital now. Fury, look at them, Imperium, 56 kills on the kill column.
I know.
But no chicken dinners. They have to try and convert games like this, especially when they're so well set up already in the zones.
Yeah, they do. They have to be able to kind of just learn when to. Well, not learn, because they do know, but they have to be able to implement the ability of knowing kind of when to slow things down just a little bit and become a bit more calculated. NRX, we saw them go down. That's a product of what I pointed out about their kind of lack of really stronger awareness coming into the mid to late stages of this game. Sapnix gonna go into the... He has no idea that Levi's is there. No idea. Then one of the Expendables players is taking a couple of shots towards him, but he's going to go a little bit too far away, and into the vehicle he goes. Yeah,
I'm so surprised he's not tried to go into that sort of one-by-one shack there ever so slightly, and probably just walk straight into the line of sight of firing range of that player. But the squad of Bow now finally starting to get things moving here as well. There you go, Sapnix is going to be eliminated, in the squad of E-Arena, well, they're dropping like flies right now, as it's all up to one remaining player after June and Sapnix were cleared out. It's up to Lyrics, and well, it doesn't surprise me we see him hop in that car and try and get himself away, but the third party comes through. It's going to be Fury, and it's a furious set of shots as Levis and Duck, they both fall in what looked like a great position for the side of the Expendables. It's happened again, Imperium. They've somehow been third-partied.
And this is so good for Fury. Remember what I said about them just kind of taking their time and being a little bit more calculated? But this is also the perfect kind of calculation, because they're outside the circle. They technically don't need to take this fight, but by eliminating the teams behind them, as the Expendables manage to hold on and take down E-Arena, they can then later on in phase 5, the end of phase 4, focus a little bit more on what's in front of them. So this is beautiful play from the side of Fury.
Yeah, Ronan hits a fantastic headshot as well to How out of the moving vehicle, and I couldn't have said it better myself. What they're doing is making sure that they set themselves up when we head into the likes of a phase 5 and 6, that they haven't got to really worry about anyone in and around the same sort of area as them. But I think for Flood, well, he's gonna be flooded out, and that's gonna be a nade straight onto the top of him as the grenade comes through, finds the fire. Oh my god, Niall with some snapshots onto Yukak and Macau. Ronan now, all of a sudden, it looked like fantastic for the squad of Fury. They've dropped 2, but guess what? the side of Team Extraordinaire, it's down to Trick. It's a 1 versus 1. It's Insight versus Trick here, Imperium. And the side of Fury, they've fallen apart again.
It's absolutely crazy. It all started with Flood just being a little bit too far forward on his own. A little bit too hungry. And now he's just going to have to kind of vomit his way into existence. Trick is left on his own. Insight was able to get the revive onto Yakika Mao. Throws out another smoke. The blue zone is converging in. I don't think it's worth going for the revive. He's actually picking his comrade up. But that's where it's up to Yakika Mao to do something about it. But he does absolutely nothing. And the Groza shots come into play. Trick gets a trick shot in. It takes down Fury.
Fury, you gotta say, they're disappointed there, to say the least. And this is what we highlighted so many times over the past few days, Imperium, is it doesn't matter how good you are at finding kills. If you make one split-second mistake, you over-peak, you overstep the mark slightly with a little bit too much aggression. These teams are good enough to team-wipe you. And well, for the side of Fury, they very much learnt the hard way, and that's gonna be so frustrating for them, as they were in such a great spot. But a team that isn't a great spot right now is the team of Battlegrounds United, as they do find that full kill on to Psycho from DK. And now they're sort of in a very similar position to what Fury was in. They've got to try and deal with the side of DK here to try and make sure that they're not going to sort of get third party later on in the closing phases of the game. And if they can do that, they can slowly start to edge their way in and come in behind the likes of Made in Thailand or DXG.
Yeah, they can definitely come behind Division X. On a side note, Team Bliss, they did what I kind of wanted them to do, and they did at the right time by joining back up as a full squad. The next phase, once again, went up towards the northeast, so Chopsticks is massively in line of this circle. Baunam, yeah, they don't look in the best position initially, but you pointed out correctly, they can come in behind Division X and get a couple of kills. There's a bit of covering on board, but Team Bliss are moving out of the buildings into the Chopsticks area from the future, or their colony. This is going to be so tricky for Team Bliss to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so hard, especially if any sort of crash comes through, or a nade fest at least anyway. And
yeah, exactly.
It's going to be so hard to deal with. And I think you probably know these teams will probably expect one team to be here. A couple of nades, mollies, etc. will go through over the top, and it will not be the best of situations for the team of Bliss. Well, for Battlegrounds, we mentioned, could they deal with the side of DK, and they do so very comfortably. 4 players still left alive as well. But Team Bliss also with the 4 stack. But we mentioned they are in this sort of dip pit area towards the top of Chopsticks, and it's such a very, very hard spot.
Made in Thailand are taken out. Battlegrounds crash in. They find their entry point on that northwestern edge of the circle. Colony, they're in front of them. The revive's going to be played out. Battlegrounds still looking for that golden chicken dinner to help put them in towards the top standings. Right now, they're in 9th spot. They have 41 kills, but like I said, without that chicken dinner, they're only going to hit that brick wall that's in front of them. Division X, they haven't really looked the best after the chicken dinner of the very first game, but they are up as a full squad in the 21-minute mark of this game and looking good on that western edge of the circle.
Yeah, and it was a point I made yesterday as well, that sometimes, you know, we were looking at the likes of SGD, Blitz, Myth, Colony from the future, and DXG, teams that have already got that chicken dinner. Are they going to start to get a little bit, you know, a little bit too lackluster and comfortable in their position? Yeah, like in terms of they might take their foot off the gas ever so slightly. A little bit of complacency might come through every now and then as well, and you can't do that against these likes of teams. We're talking about DXG, who won the first game of the day, and since then, 8 games later, they've not really done anything. So a little bit disappointing from their point of view, and they've got to try and change things here in this game.
Oh boy. Oh boy, it's a Chopsticks finish that is so tricky to deal with. It's beneficial for Team Bliss, but PMA going to move out of the compound that they were in into the compound that was held onto by Team Bliss originally. They made some noise. Monty with the SLR shooting up towards the members of PMA. Little by little, they're going to push her forward, and all it's going to take for Team Bliss to get put down to the ground is a mini red zone of nades from the side of PMA. But if Team Bliss move out of that area and towards one of the Chopsticks, they're going to go either into the hands of From the Future or Colony. So the Australian side are definitely looking very heavily pinched.
Yeah, I think if you're the side of Team Bliss, you might have to make a little bit of a decision here, whether it be a split-second one or a premeditated one in terms of to just try and crash and focus on towards a team and get over towards the likes of From the Future and get hold of that chopstick area, or try and flush the side of PMA out. It's a very tricky spot the side of Team Bliss are in right now.
I kind of think they're relying a little bit too much on other teams coming up against each other from that point of view, but we turn our attentions onto the fight between Baonam and Bad Boys Alliance is being cleared out by Baonam, and this is the kind of Baonam that we love to see, right, where they sweep into the edge of the circle, they take out the teams around them, the scragglers of the lobby, right, whether it's Myth or Bad Boys, and now they're able to kind of sweep in and control a little bit more of the circle, but there's the last player of the Expendables not ready to give up the fight just yet. Namsi opens the knock.
Yeah, and not only that, I think it's the side of the Colony there as well, trying to do some damage. And we mentioned DXG, they got to try and hold on to a little bit of momentum further, but that's a lot of DXG names in the kill column and not on the right side, as within a matter of seconds, they've been wiped out to the hands of Colony, who they're looking good to try and put their second chicken dinner on the board as well. And you mentioned the fact that the side of Team Bliss are sort of relying on a little bit of the other teams to start fighting here. But the fact that we've seen a few team wipes come through within a close split second or two, it might just start to open up that map ever so slightly. But unfortunately for the side of Team Bliss, they still have got PMA to deal with, who are just lurking behind them. But this right here is a huge 1v1 between Namsi and Godace.
Godace has the vehicle to play with. Namsi has the smoke and a little bit of a dip, but let's be fair, that smoke is only going to last for so long. Flashes on either side. Namsi wrapping around on towards the right hand side, looking for the golden peak of the century. Another flash comes in. The pre-fire shot laid out. Namsi, he's on a sliver of health, and that's going to be him taking out. Godace picked up the shot and got the kill.
And here we go. This is what I mentioned between the side of Bliss and PMA, and you mentioned it's only going to be a matter of moments before we see a few grenades come through. Mont is going to be the first casualty there to Icon DKS, but fortunately for the side of Team Bliss, the side of Colony seem to have just spotted one or two of the PMA players, and from the side of Team Bliss, we have to start seeing them try to pick up some frags and make their life a little bit easier. The team they have to try and deal with here surely is the likes of PMA, but Botany finding some shots on to kill him momentarily. And well, for the side of Team Bliss, you got to start to think it's probably only a matter of moments before we see them dropped out of this one.
Yeah, From the Future are going to get closer to them on the other side of the chopsticks area. PMA, that roof play from Botany is big brain, but it's also very risky. He knows what he's working with. That's why he pros down, heals up in time. Really proactive play from PMA. It's why I highlighted him coming into today's games as a team I could see grab a chicken dinner. Yeah,
and I think the prediction that you made is definitely one to pay attention to, as their end phase play right now seems to be very, very good. But for the side of Colony and From the Fire, you got to say they got so much control over this sort of end phase here inside that two chopsticks. And well, for that lone player of Baonam United, Godace, he's going to definitely be dancing with the devil a few times, to say the least, as he's got very much a world of trouble in front of him. And I'm just starting to really see now, as these phases move, the squad of From the Future, they're going to get slightly closer to the side of Team Bliss, so are the team of Colony, and I just can't see any way here, Imperium, how Team Bliss come out of this alive.
I can't help but agree. An arm knock by Killer to open the door against PMA is extremely solid. You can see that From the Future and Colony are both playing this chopsticks area extremely quietly and carefully. I think they have a strong idea of the likes of Team Bliss being in front of them in that regard. Godace, the last player from Baonam, yes, he's going to be dancing with the devil, but he does have an element of surprise on his hands.
Yeah, he's not in the worst of spots, to be honest with you. And I'm not too sure these players have actually realised that he's still sort of around here. So if he can continue to just sort of like crawl his way through this long grasslands over towards chopsticks, he's in a very good spot. I think it's probably the only side of PMA that might spot him from a distance here, and I agree with what he's doing, just playing the slow game, playing the end game. Oh, but look at KMF1, he's getting very, very sneaky throughout that grass, as Well, Icon's going to try and lay down the cover and fire, and I actually like this a lot from PMA. They're taking things into their own hands. They're not trying to play too much off relying the phase to come towards them. Luckily, though, for them, they are doing this slightly earlier because the phase does look like it's starting to push closer towards Colony.
Yeah, I really like that from KMF1. He knows that he has the support of his teammates on that roof play. I find it weird that PMA have 2 players on the roof, but maybe if one gets knocked, the revive can come through. But I think that might be a little bit too much of a commitment. Lots of shots from the future. Godace, he has been spotted.
Yeah, Godace has been spotted and unfortunately going to fall. The play from KMF1, though, I think might be actually countered by the lone player of Colony, which is going to be Killer. I'm not too sure if they're aware that Killer is so far back towards the back of this chopstick here. And there you go, KMF1 has been spotted, but oh my god, KMF1's going to go huge! What a play from PMA! That is fantastic work from the side of PMA. And although they may lose one via the grenade of Calbs, it doesn't matter because the strength in numbers are there. They've only got one player to deal with left for the side of Colony. But here come the side of Team Bliss. This has worked perfectly for them.
But that's why PMA went more on the northern side of Chopsticks, because they wanted to avoid as much of the third party as possible. But KMF1, that was such a big brain play, the distraction, the teamwork. PMA are on fire, but Botany is knocked. KMF1 is knocked once again. Icon DS4, IMP trying to go for the revive, but in through the smokes, it's going to be a mini red zone. It's going to be a molly here, a molly there, a molly everywhere for Team Bliss.
Team Bliss somehow, I mentioned there's no way they come out of this alive, but it was actually the play from PMA and KMF1 that opened up the door for the side of Bliss to get control of the chopsticks. They've already dealt with 2 players from PMA, although one player of themselves, Textiles, has been knocked in the revive, does come through. This here is just going to be a matter of who wins this. Whoever wins this gunfight here is going to win the game. Icon! Look to your left, Icon! He finds one! There's the knock! Can he find any more? Monty's there to trade the kill. It's back and forth. Icon goes huge! But Team Bliss come out on top! And they're going to have all 4 remaining players to face the 3-stacker from the future.
I don't know if from the future are going to let that happen. Surely you've been tracking the kill feed. That's exactly what you need to do. Hikaru pushing on in. YQQ, man. Create that surrounding. Blanket the side of Team Bliss and stop them from getting this chicken dinner.
Well, the revives have come through. The health's looking very good for the side of Team Bliss. However, I'm not too sure what type of utility each squad have got to work with. You think if Decider from the future threw a few nades in, it might help him out. But Monty, well, he's got other ideas as he pops up and finds the first one from what could have been an impossible situation for the side of Team Bliss. It looks like they're going to go back to the top of the leaderboards and find their 3rd chicken dinner.
Man gets knocked. Just one player left up. I think from the future kind of threw this win away, but Team Bliss, what a game they've had. What an ending off the back of what was an extremely poor position that they looked to be in. They turned it around.
I mentioned how much I loved the play from PMA there to try and crash and play aggressively towards the side of Colony. They got complete control. But what did that do? It opened up the front door and allowed the side of Team Bliss to work their way up towards Chopsticks and get control of it themselves. And you gotta say, that is, I'm not too sure, I don't know if that's a qualified PUBG player right there, but fair play if it is. A very, very talented cat indeed. But you gotta say, from Team Bliss, I'm not too sure who their IGL is, but whoever it is who have made that call as soon as they saw the engagement happening towards Chopsticks, that is the call that won them that game.
Yeah, exactly. Now, they did get a little bit lucky, let's be fair, because PMA knew exactly where they were, right? They knew exactly where they were, but PMA, and I give them a lot of credit, they chose to go in the direction of PMA because they felt that it was the best chance of taking a team fight without getting third party, whereas if they had have engaged on Team Bliss, they had an idea that there was another team on the second Chopsticks, so they could have been like 4th partied, if that makes sense. So they went for that singular direction, and it was such a good idea. But Team Bliss definitely, of course, was massively rewarded by that, and the decision making, as you said, with the IGL going, okay, we need to push in, we need to take advantage of this, and they took out PMA. Such a good ending, like such a good ending. It's so rare that we see it ending on like directly on top of chopsticks, so that made it a little bit more trickier for the teams. And yeah, okay, from the future, they definitely could have reacted quicker, but still a hell of a game for them. But Team Bliss, wow, 3 chicken dinners in 9 games. That's like 1 every 3 games. You cannot argue with that.
They are playing fantastically well. And what I want to highlight a point, Imperium, is that you made that from the future. They should have really been paying more attention to the kill feed while that engagement between Team Bliss and PMA were going on. That's exactly what Team Bliss did between the PMA and Colony engagement, right? Between those two teams, they saw the knocks come through from both sides, and as soon as those engagements happened, we saw Team Bliss, counter and re-aggress over towards Chopsticks. If From the Future did that initially, the squad of the squad of Team Bliss, they had 2 people knocked. It was probably the easiest 3v2 of their lives in that situation. But unfortunately, they don't make the call. It costs them the game. And well, for the side of Team Bliss, they are now 3 chicken dinners on the board with around 30 plus kills as well. And now you've got to start to think, if you're those teams with only 1 or 0 chicken dinners, are things going to start to run away from us?
Yeah, exactly. That hill is becoming very, very hard to climb for the likes of Fury, for Bao Nam, for, Expendables, for PMA even, E-Arena as well. All of those teams who have 0 chicken dinners on board. Looking at the highlights, this was the moment where it all went horribly wrong for Team Fury. Flood, who has been absolutely massive for his team, just got too far forward, got knocked, and then it went horribly wrong because the rest of the team were just too separated and the reaction couldn't be quick enough. But I gotta say, that Groza control with the recoil for Trick on that scope is amazing from that distance. Like, the Groza is like an adrenaline rush, right? It is an insane gun, but it has a massive kickback. But Trick, he made it look easy. It's one of those situations where if you're a player that you can allow to use a gun that might necessarily have a little bit more added recoil to it, but does that such good extra damage, and you feel comfortable with it, why not put it into your hands if you're good enough? And Trick doing the work with it there, like you mentioned. But this was the main engagement of the game we saw here. It was KMF1 with the play on 12 HP, by the way, as well. Play. Finds 2 kills. It's a squad wipe come through for the side of Colony, but you can actually see at the bottom of your screen while this engagement is going on. Look at this team of Team Bliss. They're slowly edging up closer and closer while this engagement's still going on. The red zone of nades of the mollies as well come through, and it's just going to be a sweep for them. And for the side of Team Bliss, they've actually played that to perfection. I don't think I've seen a better collapse onto a team. And it was like a domino effect, right? And that's the good thing about Chopstick endings, Imperium. You'll probably know it yourself, that as soon as one team is set up in towards a Chopstick, a team has to crash onto them. That's followed by another crash, and another push, example. And that's why we sometimes love to see Chopstick endings. And it was an incredible play from Icon DKS, right? We talk about the might of KLM1, but like Icon DKS definitely put control in his hands as much as possible. But this is the leaderboard after match number 9. Team Bliss with 3 chicken dinners, 32 kills. They are the executioners, right? Talk about being able to finish your dinner and you still have room for dessert. That is Team Bliss altogether. Like, it's really hard to kind of beat them in that regard.
Yeah, they're just so good at doing what they need to do in order to put themselves in the best position of winning the game. I think the side of Colony, though, they'll be a little bit frustrated in terms of not being able to put their second chicken dinner on the board. But if you're the side of Shai Ji Dui, you're looking, okay, but you're out pretty damn early in that one, but we're still looking good on the kill column. We pick up a win here and we jump straight back above Bliss. And I think for the side of Bliss now, if they can pick up another chicken dinner within today's games, which I definitely think they can do, because I thought their The Miramar play yesterday was quite good. They just didn't have enough what it took in order to pick up chicken dinners on it, unfortunately. It looked probably a little bit better on Erangel in comparison to Miramar, if you ask me. So if they can get their Miramar end phases just a little bit better, I think they've definitely got potential coming off the back of that huge match number 9 win, to do some damage.
It's incredible. Like, I could easily see Team Bliss grab another chicken dinner today. The stats kind of say that, right? It's 1 every 3 games. That's kind of 1 a day, right? And it's hard to really argue with that. But I know coming into Miramar, we've seen the likes of SGD show their prowess. We've seen other teams step up to the plate. So I think it's going to be a little bit tougher for Team Bliss to execute game number 10 of this tournament. Yeah,
definitely. I think one team in particular I thought played fantastically well on Miramar over the past few days was the likes of E-Arena and Colony as well. SGD are in that conversation. Exactly. They're teams that we speak about Miramar quite often, and I thought you made a great point as soon as we kicked the show off on day number 1 that Miramar is one of those maps where you might sometimes see a few more 1v1 and 2v2 situations. Exactly. And if you can come out on top of those, you're looking at a very, very good spot. And I thought in particular E-Arena did a very good job on that. So definitely have to keep our eyes on them as we do head into Miramar. But for the next few minutes, go grab yourself some refreshments. I certainly need it after that crazy game number 9. But we'll be back. Me and Imperium will be heading to Miramar in just a few seconds. Hello and welcome back to the AOC Masters Tournament 2021 here for PUBG. My name is John P, joined by the one and only Imperium, and what a game number one we just saw there, Imperium. For the first time, I feel like this tournament we actually saw somewhat of a more traditional esports PUBG match, in opposed to some sort of raging, fast-paced, crazy game, because the zones and phases seem to have pulled everywhere. Match number one, though, it was really all to do with teams playing their crashes and collapses onto other teams perfectly well. In particular, Team Bliss, who got out of a very tricky situation.
They got lucky to an extent, but they didn't take that luck for granted, right? Like we talked about, PMA were in a situation where they had kind of two choices coming into, I think, Phase 7 or Phase 8. They could either crash onto Team Bliss in the center or bottom area of Chopsticks, where both laneways are accessible to, or they could go for that northern left-hand Chopsticks, take the fight against Colony, and that's a little bit more isolated. It made sense. They'd already started setting themselves up in that way. Then they crashed in on towards the northern side, and they got the squad wipe on the Colony. The second that happened, Team Bliss were like, wait, we hear shots. We can third party this. They were on it. And that game was so good, because it really felt like a number of teams were taking so much more control of their own result, of their own finishing position. And to me, that's one of the beautiful things of watching competitive PUBG, is that you see so many teams being able to pull that out. So honestly, match 1 of the day, match 9 in total, was spot on. I'm hoping for the same in this Miramar match.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the time, a game like PUBG or just Battle Royales in general does really depend on the style of play we get, comes from the way the phase or the zones start to shift and initially hit, right? The first day or two, we've had a few skeptical, and some would say 50-50 phases in and out of the water, for example. A few military bases on Erangel thrown in there as well. One thing we haven't seen, though, is a Los Higos zone and phase just yet, so hopefully we'll see that throughout the competition. But no, I agree with you in terms of the players started to dictate their pace of play ever so slightly more, and I feel like that's sort of what we need. We discussed when we talk about the likes of Battlegrounds United, the Arena and Fury, that they need to try and dictate and impose their play style slightly more on the game, and it's just not worked for them thus far. But who knows? Talk to me about this playing path a little bit here, Imperium, and where we're going to expect people to be.
Well, shouldn't be any real issue. It looks like Battlegrounds are heading towards Picado, but that's not going to be the case. They're going to go much higher up towards the north. SGD, one of the reasons why they have been successful when they've been successful is because they drop in those central compounds that are nearly always accessible across all circles. Bad Boys Alliance, they're going for that split drop outside Los Leones. That's all well and good. More towards that eastern side, should I say. You're Impala and Puerto Priso for the time being. And yeah, again, that kind of playing path on the southwest, it's not too bad. Southeast, it shouldn't pose any real issues, and teams, will pretty much just get to where they need to go. And it really is all about that phase 1 circle and where it pops up and how these teams need to rotate quicker into the phase compared to other teams.
And we can see a bit of an overall spread here as to where the teams are situated and laid out. And it looks like we're probably not going to get too many engagements to start things off here in this game, as sometimes we do see, especially on Erangel, how many times we saw some early engagements and contestations there. I mean, just looking across the board, it's only made in Thailand, and the Expendables that look quite close. Team Extraordinaire from the Fire and Kingslayer also quite in a close sort of vicinity of each other, but not anywhere near enough to do any damage just yet. So probably a little bit more of a slow-paced start to this game here, Imperium.
Now, the phase 1 circle on that southwest side, I absolutely love that area of the map. It opens the door for a lot of high ground to be controlled. You can also, of course, access the circle quite nicely from the South Coastal Line Road and the Western Coastal Line Road. You just have to be quite careful on the timing of the rotation. We've seen teams get punished in the past by rotating too late into the circle, but also teams rotating sometimes a little bit too early. So time will tell. Colony, they've already lost a player. I don't know what happened. It seemed like they kind of lost a player. Maybe he joined the wrong spectator slot and had to go down, but they are starting as a 3-person team.
Yeah, well, last time we saw someone start as 3 players, it was the squad of SGD, and well, they picked up the dub and a very good win at that last time. So I think the squad of Colony, they're a team that we highlighted already, and you know, you got to continue to give props and say, you know, credit where credit is due in terms of their consistent placement. Again, we saw them inside the top 3 or top 4, and they would probably be disappointed that they got stuck in a little bit of a tricky situation, because throughout the whole ending of that last game where the phases were starting to shift, they probably looked like the team in the best position. They had quite a good split through chopsticks. They had one player killer sort of lurking slightly further back, playing for any sort of information, but unfortunately there was sort of the play call from PMA to flood them out, and it was KMF1 who made that, and well, let's just clean things up from there. And on this map, like Miramar, obviously we mentioned how important it is to get early control of phase zones and stuff like that. But one thing I noticed a lot while watching and having the chance to commentate over a map like Miramar, teams probably split a little bit more on this during phase setups in comparison to the likes of an Erangel, because there is a lot more natural terrain and sort of rocky cliff work to work with.
Yeah, and that does come with its own risks, because you can be obviously a little bit more isolated from the rest of your team. But very much so, spreading out a bit more heavily inside Miramar can prove to be way more beneficial to your team's end result, because it allows you to take all the information you gather in 4 separate areas, bring it all together, and the IGL will make that call, and you're able to counter your opponents, right? You're able to counter-rotate, you're able to adapt that little bit quicker compared to the other teams around them. So I'm glad you have observed that as E-Arena using that southern roadside to their advantage on their rotation into this Phase 1 circle. It's a common thing we see on this southwestern circle. 3 of their players already forward, Lyrics now joining up. A great position for E-Arena to be in. I remember in one of the previous Miramar games where we had a tiny bit of a similar kind of southwest base circle. E-Arena had set themselves up really nicely across the majority of the game, just falling short obviously. So I'm not surprised that they're once again doing it this time around. Yeah,
I think that's the game you were speaking about where SGD won their first game, I think, and it was Shen who was just holding the arena off while the team of SGD was kind of split towards the top of that ridge, and it was from the fire and YQQ, I think, if I remember correctly, the lone player trying to work his way down the bottom. Let's wait and see if that sort of centers over towards that situation and similar spot again. It's going to be DXG, the player of Long K, as he's going to try and find some shots over towards the arena. Nothing too much to worry about though for them. And well, E-Arena, what I've noticed about their players, they like to get in and rotate very early. They like to be a team that sort of tries to dictate the play in the end of the phase. There are a lot of teams that prefer to play sort of the edging in sort of gameplay where they're waiting for that phase to hit, and they'll kind of really hug the zone and the blue as much as possible. But one team we mentioned that needs a lot better performance in this game is Battlegrounds United, and they're trying to take on the squad of SGD, who confidence must be sky high.
Do we already have 2 chicken dinners on board? Shen, the Master Blaster, popped off in yesterday's game's gonna pull off a couple of SKS shots, but does need to be careful about God Ace, the sole survivor of his team in the first match of the day. Nice shots with that M4. With the 4x scope on board, has to switch on over once again. He's pushing forward. He wants this knock. He wants to help suppress the rest of SGD, but needs to be a bit careful because Zest is far further back. Youngboy isn't exactly close by. So just be a little bit more careful, Bauna.
Yeah, and I feel like sometimes we've seen that added aggression really, sort of not go in their favour. It's happened a few times where We saw it in the last game from Fury, right, where they tried to get a little bit too over-aggressive and focus on one player, and all of a sudden they get caught out, hung out to dry, and their team got wiped eventually by the squad of Extraordinaire, I think it was, and Belnam need to learn from...
This is so good. This is so good.
Mistakes. Oh, Young B's going to find Jervis, surely, or is he? Oh my god, Jervis just turns around and absolutely lays shots down at him, and somehow both these players come out of it alive. I think Young B's got to try and get himself out of this situation here, as these teams are going to focus on him, and it's Teddy there to find the first kill, and things are just going from bad to worse for the side of Balnam right now.
Oh boy, that's an oof in the chat, boys. That's an oof in the chat. Great rotation, great wraparound from Young Boy. But man, if you don't connect those shots, you're asking for trouble, and then he pays the price. That's going to be a knock. SGD going to open that door and try and turn it around and punish Baunam even further. But Baunam are better off just walking away with their tail between their legs. Shen takes a bit of damage, has to push back himself. That was a good response from Xiaoji Dui, but let's be fair. Definitely a bit of an oof moment from my boy, Young Boy.
Yeah, it's one of these things that we mentioned, especially on Miramar, those splits that are so often used to get control of these parts of the maps, but that's the situation where it can really come back to haunt you as well. Young Boy is going to go ahead and fall, unfortunately, so Baonam forced to play the remaining game with just 3 remaining players, and I think that there from SGD was a little bit fortunate. They were grouped up very well together. I think if Young Boy isolates a few 1v1s, he could probably come out on top and find a few kills, but strength in numbers most definitely works. And well, for the side of EA, it looks like they're going to be catching some nades in their back pockets as Sissy drops the Ronin, and PMA, after an impressive game number 1, they've already lost, I think it's 1 player yet.
Arena will be able to get away from that one. Fury deciding to disengage and play for phase 2, which I do appreciate. Kingslayers onto NRX. These two teams have struggled, but Janie Kwan, he was knocked down, but he comes back in a blaze of glory to get a double knock.
Yeah, great play from the side of Kingsley, in particular that player, Janie Kwan, he's going to find 2 for his team. And Kingsley were a team yesterday that they impressed me at times, but I think it doesn't surprise me to see them still down towards the bottom of that leaderboard. Not as far down, unfortunately, though, as the team of Bad Boy Alliance. But, well, you know, even any of these teams now, really, they win 1 game and they jump up into at least the top 6. Yeah. So there is still a lot of games and a lot of time in terms of PUBG gameplay for you guys. Don't forget, we're here for the next 3 days as well, right through to Sunday, which is the final day of plays. At the moment, it is Team Bliss and SGD leading the way at the top of the leaderboards, but thus far in this game we've not seen a whole team drop yet, which is a little bit unheard of here at the AOC Masters, as usually around their 10-minute phase we're probably down to around 40 odd players.
Oh man, of course, you know, not only providing the super exciting event, but also AOC Monitors, the sponsor of this fantastic tournament, can bring you special offers depending on the country that you're in. At the end of the day, for more information, visit the AOC Monitor page on Facebook. Of course, grab yourself a beautiful AOC Monitor.
Yeah, and talking about checking out AOC Monitor on Facebook, don't forget you can keep up to date with all the tournament tracking there as well in terms of all the updates and results, so make sure you follow us on that AOC Monitor page, or alternatively on Mineski TV_TH as well. But here we go, finally, slowly but surely we're starting to see a little bit of engagements here, and it's the side of SGD who look like they're going to try and crash on to this compound of where the side of Team Bliss are. It's going to be Textile who has been dropped initially. Rainbow down to half HP, luckily has those first aid kits to work with, and for the side of SGD, they want to try and get hold of this compound as quickly as possible by the looks of things. And although they have lost 1 player, it looks like they might just get a little bit of control here.
Yeah, it's more so the strength in numbers from Xiaoji Dui at this stage of the fight. They've gotten 1. Monty's in the backline, can't really do anything about it. Yes, okay, Teddy is down, but for me, this is a clear team fight win, unless DKG, Division X Gaming, want to get involved. I do see Fury popping a couple of shots off in the distance, but I don't know whether they know exactly where it is. That player, Team Bliss, that's inside the building. Rain gonna have his parade rain down as he gets knocked out. Nothing, absolutely nothing the rest of Team Bliss could do.
Yeah, Team Bliss, they're kind of been hung out to dry here by the side of SGD, and, well, a 1-for-2 trade for them. I don't think they'll be complaining too much, and some snapshots there from Shen onto Monty as well, who, luckily for him, his teammate Bryn is... I would love to see a bit of a crash here from SGD onto the other side of this compound to just try and deal with those Team Bliss players. I don't think they necessarily have to do that should they not want to. They're not kind of causing them too much trouble, but one team in trouble, though, is the squad of PMA, as they're down to their last remaining player with 2 players currently knocked. And, well, we mentioned the team of Colony. They're always around that top 6 sort of area. It looks like they're trying to continue that momentum in here, as they are starting with that 1 less player, like you mentioned. And, well...
Sorry to cut you off there, John, but look at that circle shift. Like, I know you mentioned Los Higos, but, like, Valdesor, Prison... possible island finish down on the south side. This is a spicy circle shift.
Yeah, and this is going to probably panic a few teams as well that were originally dropped up towards the northeastern side of the map. They have to start probably getting their running shoes on, or at least trying to hotwire some of those vehicles and get things moving slightly sooner rather than later. And, well, as you can see already, the squad of DXG, they're pretty good. They're set up nicely. They can afford to just edge their way in ever so slightly. They have got the duo of Baonam United to try and deal with, however, and we mentioned Zest was a very good player in day number 1 for Baonam. Unfortunately, not got the full 4 players to work with. Simon Tino, their IGL, probably going to try and make the calls needed to try and put something on the board for them here in this game. But looking across the board here, what was a slow start to the game? A lot of teams are already down to the 1 or 2 player regions.
It's because of those first 3 shifts, man, right? So you have teams kind of scrambling under rotation, getting a little bit caught out, but we also have seen teams kind of fight for that main land position down on the southwest side of the map, right? Nobody wants to commit to that island position, right? So that automatically means that what is a phase 2 circle realistically has the landmass of a phase 3, phase 4, and then phase 3 has the landmass of a phase 4, even kind of phase 5. So that's why we've seen a lot more kind of isolated team fights across this game so far. 15 minutes in, the phase 3 blue zone is starting to close in. Colony only started as a 3-person team. Killer Calbs and Alec. Let's see what they can do as the members of PMA, I think, are breaching relatively close by to them.
Yeah, but...
KSR.
Yeah, I think it's Kingslayer who are the ones closest. They have got Team Fury as well, though, if I'm correct, just slightly around the corner from them also. But, well, here we go then. We're going to probably start to see yet another head-to-head engagement between 2 teams here as Killer, well, that's going to be a nade at his ankles and probably going to need a few crutches after this fight's over, as Kingslayer definitely got not only the numbers advantage, but the HP advantage eventually now as well. But the side of Colony, it's going to be Calbs, who's there to offer some reinforcements. The nade comes through. That's going to probably find Jason, maybe. No, luckily for them, they do just rotate their way out the back ever so slightly. Oh, Calbs is not going to check this corner here. I think there's one player right behind him. For a second, I thought Jagger didn't see him.
Turnaround!
That's going to be brilliant from Jason and Jagger. The kills are going to come through. The revive probably will happen as well eventually. And, well, for the side of Colony, they started with a player's numbers disadvantage, and it's definitely paid dividend here in this fight. Oh, look at that shift, bro. Look at the shift. It's gone straight back across the water now.
Yeah, it is so good. Colony get taken out. Great team fight from Kingslayers. A deserved team fight win as well. Jagger especially was integral to them holding on in a good way. And then Jason responded, followed by Genie Yiquan. But indeed, the phase 4 shifting up towards the northeast. It is away from the island, so the teams can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief and can now focus on their position inside this circle. God Ace put down to a little bit of health, but will be able to heal up in time. Team Bliss maybe put down to 2, but they are still in the game, and they're in the circle down on the southwestern edge. Likes of Division X, possibly SGD, close by, looking for their position to get a hold of.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here, though, on this next few phases, whether or not that phase will start to sort of shift further east and go up that mountain, or if it's going to start coming down towards the likes of Team Bliss and SGD. But, well, for Bryn, he's got a lot of players in his line of sights, a few players heavily tagged from the side of DXG. We mentioned they were the team who won game number 1, but they've looked a little bit lost and hopeless at times since, and, well, they're going to try and go over towards this coastline, but they're just going to get met by nothing but a bullet barrage full of rifle bullets from the side of Bliss, and they're going to fall, unfortunately. It's going to be Insight and Flood to find too.
And even if you look at it, the Expendables are still over on that island area, by the way, so they could even stab Division X in the back. I appreciate what Division X were going for as a rotation, but maybe done a little bit too early in the circle, I would argue. You know, they could have played alongside the blue, and then at that point, Bliss and the likes of possibly NRX or, you know, SGD would be looking a little bit more in their own direction rather than where Division X are.
Yeah, a little bit too rushed, I think, there from the side of DXG. This resulted in them losing 2 knocks, but they do get them back up and running. But one team that's not up and running is the side of Kingslayer, as after what was a good team fight win from them back across the other side of the water, well, they're going to get cleaned up and eliminated, and so are Baunam United, as well as God Ace eventually falls. So still a disappointing performance from Baunam thus far, and the side of Baunam, you've got to be looking and saying, guys, we've got to get things together ever so slightly. But as we're heading into phase number 5 now, I think this is where it's going to be pivotal in terms of which way this shifts, and it will start to dictate where these teams will start to set up.
Lovely by the Expendables, actually swing their way across. Namsi gets a knock, and he has to be careful about that one. He's up towards the high ground. A couple of third-party shots is having to see him force himself away from this engagement. And I gotta give credit to the side of it, the Expendables, because going for that swim play is so big brain and unexpected that Bad Boys Alliance got called out. You don't really expect it to happen, and sometimes that kind of, you know, the unorthodox positioning works out, the unorthodox rotation works out, and it certainly has for the Expendables, but they do still have to make it across the road, right? And I'm hoping they have a good bit of utility on board, because right now they have 0 vehicles to work with. Yeah, well, for the side of Team Bliss, Fury and Bad Boy Alliance, they're going to be occupying pretty much the only sort of building and compounds to work with inside of the zone. The rest is just completely open field to play with. They have got a few ridges and ledges to work with, though, at the top of that hill, so we'll have to wait to see how things start to play out. But for the likes of DXG, you're pretty much saying it's a matter of when they die, not if they die. They're in a very, very awful spot. Bryn's going to find the first knock onto one, although the res comes through. It's just looking at a very, very tough spot here now for DXG and Birium. Yeah, Division X Gaming feels like they're in a massive pinch. Time will tell if they're able to hold on. Phase 5 Blue Zone is incredibly tricky to deal with from a health standpoint. Lovely shots being laid out by Jarvis onto members of Division X Gaming. SGD themselves, do need to push into the circles, so they need to be careful on their own, right? However, they're in that position where they're so close, they can focus more so on Division X. Yeah, and focus on Division X is exactly what they're going to do as well. Jervis is going to find one after, I think, Long K just gets out of that car a little bit too quickly, my friend. As well, for the side of SGD, they're not looking too bad. They are set up somewhat towards the top of the phase at the moment. They are still just ever so slightly in it with that single building, and well, for the side of DXG, they're nothing but walking targets at this point, or maybe a driving target, as there we go. Eventually we see the squad of Division X eliminated. We see Monty find a few knocks. I think Upchin does find the kill still, though, unfortunately for the side of Bliss. And well, right now you've got to look at the likes of Fury probably at the moment, who are set up towards high up the top of this mountain. If it continues to shift that way, you've got to definitely say the upper advantage falls to them. And one engagement I'm looking forward to seeing is between the squad of BBA and the team Expendables. Expendables, you mentioned, going for that swim play across the water. They're now oh, look at this here, though. Imperium E Arena and Extraordinaire, they're pretty much touching at the moment, and this is going to be very, very pivotal here for who takes control of these sort of top rocky ridge areas. And this team here, whoever wins this fight, is probably going to be the one that has to force the upper hand on the likes of Fury. We'll have to wait and see. The team extraordinaire right now are kind of splitting that 2-2. So I'm worried that they're not focusing enough onto the side of the arena. But the Expendables, they're certainly focusing on Bad Boy Alliance. They made their breach across. Nancy gets dropped, but June is up and towards the high ground, looking for the spot on towards the hilly area. The rest of the players, the Expendables are pushing on in. And kill onto Levi's means that Duck is on his own inside that building, and a nade gets thrown out.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the revive comes through. The nade gets thrown out, and the nade is caught at the feet of Bad Boy Alliance as well. They're going to be eliminated here as well. A little bit of a better game from them, you could say. I think they played that phase slightly better than I have seen in the past. But for the side of the arena, where they're going to be going head-to-head in an engagement with Fury, and it's going to be Sapnix to open the kill counter there. But it doesn't matter because KM9 instantly traded back from Insight, who, guess what? He's got Sapnix in his line of sight as well, and those two players are going to have the kill stolen. But it doesn't matter. I don't think Fury will be too much worried. They're good in the kill column right now. They just want to make sure they try and win this. And the fact that they dealt with the side of E-Arena so early, this is fantastic from them.
One thing that I think E-Arena did wrong there is pushing in like that. They knew exactly where the side of Team Expendable were, whereas I think they were going a little bit more blindly. I can respect that they did the push as a team, but to me that was a bit of a mistake made, and now it allows the side of Team Extraordinaire to come in onto Fury and open the doors with knock on their own, but instantly responded. Yeah, it's going to be Kika Macau who drops Trick, and Niles very low as well. Papichulo drops in the hands of Flood, and Fury are playing these team fights fantastically now. The trades are on point, and the line of sight is very much in vision, and this right here, could it be the first chicken dinner on the board from Fury? The confidence is flowing. They've got 63 kills on the board already, and well, when the likes of Insight and Flood are shooting like this, it's a very dangerous sight for anybody, and I think we have seen that team get cleaned up there. All 4 players intact. That is fantastic team fighting there from Fury. The Expendables up as a trio, still alive in this game. The members of Team Bliss is there. The solo player from PMA, IMP down to 44 health. I think he's been a little bit spotted by the members of Fury. Yakika Macau, there you go. Nade gets thrown out down to 31 health and counting. 0 aids. And he gets taken down by Yakiki Macau. We are left with 4 teams. Yeah, I think, though, this could have been a huge game for Bliss should they have won it, but they're left down to 2 remaining players. The revive does come through, but they've got to try and deal with the side of the Expendables as quickly as possible. And could this be, like I mentioned, the first game on the board from Fury here? This is huge for the side of Fury to win this, because if SGD or the side of Team Bliss win this, they are looking fantastically well, and well, the zones help them out as well, as that phase has heavily shifted towards them. But don't forget about the Expendables. They've done extremely well. They're still 3 players strong. Monty gets dropped down by Jun. We saw what he can do in these games as a solo. Doug Hughes is supporting him in the right way. Monty is confirmed up. Brain, the last player up for the side of Team Bliss. And I think they've met their maker in this Miramar game. It's coming to a quick, swift end as SGD there focusing on the side of Fury as that nade connects beautifully. Yeah, June's going to find that kill. So we're down to our top 3. The Expendables, SGD, and the side of Fury. And it looks like the Expendables could be in a great spot to really cause the side of SGD a little bit of trouble, as both teams got to try and make their way and edge it up slightly along this cliff edge. And the side of Fury, what, they're going to be lying in wait, waiting to pounce like the Cobras that they are. As I mean, right now, this could come down to really Namsi here. Is Namsi so close to this side of Fury and could be in the thorn in the side of them? As SGD also trying to edge their way slightly further up. And this is such an intriguing end zone we have here. Very, very open. I think the Expendables kind of have to take this fight against Fury. I don't think they can take the isolated fight against Shiju Dui, but I think they can take the isolated fight against Fury. It's a 2-1 split from the Expendables. That's 4 and 4 each for the side of Fury and SGD. Yeah, I think we're going to see
I think it was Duck actually from the side of the Expendables get beamed down to around 30 HP. Luckily, those got the medical supplies up and running to get himself looking a little bit better. Flood now trying to get a bit more aggro over towards these ridge lines and get some information on board. I would love to see where this phase is going to shift next. If this phase shifts, whichever way this phase shifts, I think will put the team closest to it very much in favor.
It has to shift towards Fury for Fury to be in a chance to win. Because if they have to move downhill, they're asking for trouble. They're free pickings on board. Now, the good thing is that by taking out the likes of Team Extraordinaire, John, they do probably have a decent bit of utility in the forms of smokes, at least. It does kind of shift towards them, but definitely more in the hands of SGD.
Yeah, well, this is where June and co from the Expendables can really do a lot of damage to the side of Fury. You mentioned you don't want them to move downhill because they're just walking into the line of sight, right? Oh, look at Shen laying in wait, just so patient here, the side of SGD, and we've seen them play this time and time again. He's got to make sure, though, that the player in sight behind him doesn't get a little bit too close for comfort. No doubt he has got a few players lurking and waiting around with some line of sights onto them, but here we go. I think we can start to see the side of the Expendables take some shots over to those Fury players that are starting to rotate.
I'm actually a little bit surprised about how quiet Shen is playing this late stage of the game, but I think he realizes that one step out of place and he's out of here. A lot of respect being given to all of these players to each other. I think they know that there's a lot at stake, and every single one of these three teams has a chance of closing out this game, right? Nobody really is in the most disadvantageous position. Like I said, Fury having to move downhill is not the easiest thing to play with, but right now, they do have that position inside the circle with Flood. It's about the rest of the team getting there with him.
Yeah, I think time will definitely tell, but you mentioned that each of these teams could win, but each of these teams kind of have to win this game. If you're SGD, you put your third on the board and you're back at top spot. If you're Fury and the Expendables, you finally, some would say, get your AOC Masters Tournament for 2021 underway. And this is going to be a really intriguing end to this game, as we are going to be 15 seconds away from seeing the phase start to shift again, and how important it is to make sure you have your smokes correctly, especially for the side of Fury running downhill.
Yeah. It's also about making sure that you don't use too many at once. So that's why a smoke is dealt out on the left-hand side off the back of a nade and a flash, just to slow down the Expendables a little bit more. We're in phase 9. The center of the circle is in the hands of Fury, but as they're in the center, both SGD and the Expendables could be heading in their direction.
Yeah, I think this could come down to really insight and seeing if he knows the players from SGD are one so close, but also you could see potentially the likes of Shen. We know he likes to play that flanker role in terms of getting behind the enemy teams. Well, for Fury, they're starting to walk into the line of sight to the Expendables here, and it might come down to who runs out of utility first. And well, for Ronan, no more smokes, nades, etc. to work with. But for the side of the Expendables, though, look at Duck. He's so low. One nade probably finishes him off. The spray through the smoke from Ronan, not going to be good for anyone. And there's going to be a huge engagement here between Fury and the Expendables. Now, is it going to be Ronan who gets tagged up? Can't find any shots. Huge nade from Duck. And there we go. That's the first huge frag on the board to tie things up at 3 apiece. Surely another nade has to go on top of that body. Surely you have to if you're the side of the Expendables. You've got to just throw as much util at that body as possible. Oh my god, Upchen's gone huge to kill Insight. Upchen, who was on 10 HP, somehow finds Insight. And once again, Imperium, is it all going to fall apart for Fury?
I think it is, but Flood is going to step off the plate. Down they go. We're left with our final two teams. SGD, they're looking for the third chicken dinner.
Oh my god, how they've done it, I don't know. It's all up to the lone player. That's June. There we go. Finds one. Can he find the second? It's a 1 versus 1 now somehow. June versus Jarvis. This is huge for the side of SGD. I don't think Jarvis is going to be able to get any of these sort of medicals off and running. No. Oh, this is so heartbreaking for the side of SGD if they lose this game. It's going to be June who wins the 1v1, and the Expendables somehow find the win. SGD, I thought, played that absolutely perfectly. Imperium, they got the trades when they needed to. Somehow, though, 2 players drop instantly. You can see how happy the side of the Expendables are in their facilities there, and you gotta be absolutely heartbroken if you're the side of SGD.
Oh my god! Oh my god, that ending! Like, oh my god! Like, I'm a little bit speechless. First of all, the Expendables massively deserved that win. They did. The way they played the end game was perfect, and there's a couple of things that I'll definitely want to break down further. There was a little bit of luck involved with June getting that last kill onto SGD, onto Jarvis, because it was just that, unfortunately for Jarvis, that perfect timing of the bullet peak from June onto Jarvis, right? But June knew he had to take a couple of shots on the Jarvis, right? The blue zone was encroaching in. He got a first aid off in time. But man, what a win. You can see from the reaction that the rest of the team really didn't expect that win to come out. But my god, did they work hard for it.
They worked hard, and well, sometimes if you work hard, it most definitely pays off. And well, for SGD, you're heartbroken. But finally, the side of the Expendables get a win on the board. And how is that going to change now going into the likes of an Erangel? Because these 2 teams, they have the same drop spot in Pachinki. So if the side of Expendables, who won that gunfight initially in the first game we saw, they might be feeling their confidence a little bit here. But I mean,
yeah, for sure.
Across the board, though, the tail of this game was Fury. They played the rotations perfectly, but somehow it all fell apart again. How do they keep managing it?
Okay, so what went wrong in that phase 9 is that they simply used their utilities too early, right? You saw nade after molly after flash after nade after molly after flash. The Expendables waited, right? There was only so much utility that they had. If that had been 10 to 15 seconds later as the blue zone was really closing in, which is exactly what the Expendables did on the Fury, it could have gone much better for them. It's just the fact that Fury blindly, realistically, used their utility in that final circle. The theory behind using the utility is that you're slowing your opponents down. But if it's at the wrong time, you actually give them the perfect opportunity to counter you in the right way, and that's pretty much exactly what happened. It was just an unfortunate mistake from Fury. They played it well, but it realistically is their own fault that they lost, because let's be fair, outside of Insight getting knocked by Shen, which was an intentional position by Insight, that was a clean fight between the Expendables and Fury, so it was lost off the back of their own mistake.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we mention time and time again, they seem to get to the last hurdle but fluff their lines. And I thought you made a great point in terms of util usage, how important it is to try and control it. I think they threw probably too many smokes at once at the same time, and they just left them in a little bit of a tough spot as well. And well, this is the ending here. You see June finding 2 quick kills, and for the side of SGD, in these situations, it never fails to amaze me, Imperium, why teams in these close quarter fights, they just don't stick together, and they play a couple meters apart and then just make sure we trade the kills. But unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be, as we see the side of the Expendables pick up a win. And honestly, my heart is hurting, my head is hurting, my throat is hurting. I've got no idea what we've just seen. But I know it just throws another spanner in the works now, because another team's got a chicken dinner and they can take home the win.
For sure. And like, it's not like Shaoji they played that badly, right? They played it the right way by third partying or allowing the Expendables and Fury to pick each other off, and they cleaned it up. It was just one of those things where June got the double knock, right? It was just one of those things where June got the double knock, and sometimes you can't control that. It's not what you want, but sometimes you cannot control that. It was very much a game won and made and carved out by the Expendables' will to survive, to hold on, to control, and to take a couple of chances. And that's why I had my kind of hand by my head, because I was like, oh my god, that happened. But it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And yeah, as you said, it will open the door for another team that's won a chicken dinner to be up there in kind of that third spot. Because outside of Xiaoji Dui and Team Bliss, every single other team has only one chicken dinner. So third place is there for the taking.
Yeah, and we're nearly at the halfway stage of the tournament today, you know, like by the end of play today, we will be exactly halfway through. These teams that have got no chicken dinners, they have to start winning games.
Yeah,
and
they do.
The more games you see Fury start to somewhat throw away like that, at the end, you're thinking to yourself, you've really only got yourself to blame for not, you know, being a slightly further up the leaderboards. Battlegrounds in that conversation, so's the arena. But for the sides like SGD, Team Bliss, now the Expendables, them three there are teams that we're seeing play very, very well consistently across the times. SGD will probably be kicking themselves slightly that they've not put the fourth chicken dinner on the board. But this is how things are going to be looking at the end of game number 10. Bliss kicking things off at the top of the leaderboard with 38 kills, but the 3 chicken dinner wins keep them top. Behind them is Xiaoji Dui with 2 chicken dinners and 51 kills. And all of a sudden, the squad of Expendables, from being what I think they were 12th or 13th before the start of this game, they drop like a 12 or 15 kill win, and they are back into the top 3.
Like I said, that's what I said. Kind of everybody outside of Bliss and Xiaoji Dui had 1 kill, so that third place was there for the taking, and by God, have they done it. Coming into today's game, into that game, indeed they were 10th. Expendables were, because they still at least had a decent amount of kills as a team with 0 wins. So that 1 chicken dinner kick-started them up into third place, and if they grab a second match today, a second chicken dinner, they'll move ahead of Xiaoji Dui, depending on the amount of kills both teams get. So to me, on point from the Expendables.
Yeah, definitely couldn't agree. We'll have to wait and see if the Expendables or SGD, even Team Bliss in that mix as well, can grab any more chicken dinners before the close of play today, and we will find that out after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Me and Imperium will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AOC Masters Tournament of 2021 of PUBG. I'm John Pete, joined by Imperium, and we've seen two great games already thus far in match number 9 and match number 10. We're heading back to Erangel in just a few moments' time, but you've got to say a huge performance out of the side of Team Expendables there for finally picking up their first chicken dinner on the board. But again, for Team Fury, it's heartbreak at the death for them. What is going wrong for Team Fury now, Imperium? How are they going to try and break this recurring trend of getting towards the end game, but somehow collapsing and fluffing their lines?
Yeah, it's definitely that execution is hurting them, or therefore the lack of execution. I think in that last game, it was very much less about a team mistake or an out-of-position mistake, and more that throwing everything but the kitchen sink blindly at where the Expendables were and hoping that a nade or something would connect. What threw me off was the amount of the flashbangs they threw without pushing with that flashbang. The idea around throwing one flashbang and a nade in that situation is you're trying to suppress your opponents, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a great idea, because it slows them down, because they can't see anything, etc., etc.
Yeah, of course.
But when you throw everything and you leave nothing for you to respond with, you leave that door open for the opposing team to... And they're tracking, by the way, they're 1 billion% tracking how much utility is being thrown out, right? Because you're in phase 9. There's only going to be a limited amount, right? Very rarely will you see absolutely gallons of nades and mollies be thrown at that late stage of the game. The second the Expendables had any idea that the members of Fury were out of utility, they pounced on that. So it was a much different mistake from Fury. I prefer this kind of mistake than the mistakes they made in the past games where they were too heavily split. But it's still a mistake that they need to clean up. They do need to clean up.
Yeah, sometimes making too many mistakes can be vital, right? Whereas you look at the likes of Team Bliss, SGD, okay, they might not necessarily have had the highlight reel games in terms of kill count, for example, in comparison to the likes of EA Arena, Boundham United and Fury, for that instance, have had, but they've got 3 chicken dinners. SGD have got 2 chicken dinners. It's clearly working the way that they're playing, so I'd like to see maybe one or two of these teams adopt that slower pace and just as crazy as it sounds, just go back to the basics of PUBG and sort of try to. I'm not trying to flame any pro players, but use your brains a little bit more in terms of towards the end of the phases. You know that, like you said, these players know that there's going to be a player will have maybe 3 or 4 nades, a couple smokes each. As soon as they've counted that util, they're like, okay, this is our turn. We still got hold of our util. It's our turn to use it, right? And unfortunately for the side of Fury, they just couldn't do it then. But we need to obviously go into Erangel. It's going to be a really intriguing affair now, because the fact that the Expendables have got a win on the board and a chicken dinner, initially their same drop spot was Pachinki, likewise for SGD. So that's going to be a really, really interesting battle off of Spawn to see if these teams decide to be like, okay, you can take the right side, we'll take the left side. Let's be a little bit more patient here. But we are just 20 seconds away from heading into Erangel once again. And listen, don't know about you, but I'm all for another military zone.
Oh, let's go. Military zone would be pretty nice. I'd also love a stall bar finish, because I think that's a really interesting part of the map. Or seeing as the Expendables and Xiaoji Dui do love to, get themselves some Pachinki action, let's have a freaking Pachinki finish. Why not? For any city finish for that matter.
SGD and the side of the Expendables will just be chilling there for the whole game. Like, we're pretty good here. We don't need to move at all. But that right there is not a bad plane line indeed. Pretty much cuts the whole map completely in half from a northeast to southwest angle. And it's going... Oh, sorry, I completely lied to myself. My eyes have just lied to me. It's heading slightly further over towards the northern side of the map, of course. It's going over towards Yasnaya and Rozhok. And let's see where these teams start to make their way to.
We saw the side of Myth lose 2 players in the previous Erangel game early on because of a very westerly playing path. I hope it's not the same once again. Fury are going to go towards the North Georgia area of the map. Division X is going to go towards South Georgia. Bao Nam having that split drop in the Rozhok area, but PMA do need to be careful. Botany kind of going close to Goddess, but I think Goddess is disengaging away and kind of opting to go a little bit closer to the rest of his team. Picking up the vehicles is important on this kind of playing path, and that's exactly what Team Extraordinaire have been able to do. 3 of them into 1 vehicle now.
Yeah, and well, here we go. This is what we wanted to see straight off the get-go from the plane drop. It's SGD and Team Expendables taking each other on once again in Pachinki. But now every time we see this, the first frag, in which is going to be Namsi, completely eliminated from Upchun, but that's going to be traded straight back through. These are huge kills here because both of these teams are now in concession for winning the whole event.
And I do like the fact that Xiaoji Dui did kind of learn from the previous Pachinki games and have 1 player on the roof, right? It's something that they hadn't really done up until now, but they didn't obviously take into account more than 1 player from the Expendables doing the exact same thing, and that's where Doug Hughes was able to trade on up quite nicely. Phase 1 is on the eastern side of the map, so we have about 35% of water in play. I'm looking at kind of Prison Hill, Lumberyard, Mansion as some really key areas of this Phase 1. And if you do want to go more towards that coastline, just to the east of Yasnaya is a pretty good spot.
Yeah, and that phase has probably thrown a spanner in the works for a few of the teams, the likes of Fury, DXG, Colony, all slightly further over towards the western side of the map, and they've got a long rotation on, and they probably want to get over here sooner rather than later, or be that team that's caught in the crossfire towards the likes of Phase 3 and 4. But, well, for the side of SGD and the Expendables, things have started to take a little slower turn for pace, as they've already lost 1 player each, and here's going to be Shen and Duck, who I think are both over towards the top of these roofs. And this is I like this though from SGD. You mentioned it earlier on, and if you think they've learnt their lesson, it was really the side of the Expendables controlling the roof play and being the aggressors. It looks like SGD want to try and take that role for themselves, and it has resulted in that first kill. But we're already a couple minutes into this game here. The teams are starting to rotate their way on slightly earlier than later in this sort of heavy phase. Paul, you a fan of that Imperium?
Pardon? The heavy...
Like, so the zone right now is quite heavily shifted towards one side of the map, right? These teams, they want to start getting off the rotation quite earlier, sooner rather than later.
Yeah, definitely, of course, because you got to take into account the fact that there's a lot less landmass available on that kind of heavy pull of a circle, as you mentioned. So having that early rotation, you get a bit of an earlier, stronger position. There's a lot more hot property in play. But when you're looking at kind of, you know, what direction of the circle to be going in, outside of where you drop, to me, the north and the south are probably the easier areas to control on this kind of Phase 1.
Well, DK, looks like they're not going to get control over this compound, because Kingslayer very much in cruise control in that engagement. And, well, for the side of DK, they are going to drop 1 player. I think it was that player trying to actually get in here and potentially steal the vehicle of the side of Kingslayer. That's not going to be the best of ideas for them to do. And we are still yet to see our team drop.
Why be there on your own, right? Yeah. You know, when this kind of area of this Phase 1, which is, I mentioned, Mansion and the kind of the Lion King area, where Kingslayers are, you shouldn't be there on your own. The fact that Kingslayers rotated there as a full squad means that they are way more aware of how important this area of the circle is. So that was a big mistake from DK.
Big mistake indeed, and they're forced to now play with just 3 remaining players out of the initial starting 4. And the side of Made in Thailand, they're one of the teams that have already got a chicken dinner on the board and been looking pretty decent throughout the competition thus far. They bowed out slightly early on to start things off, but, well, the side of Expendables, they've lost an extra player here as SGD. It's going to be Shen who finds the first on to Duck, and, well, it's all up to June and Levis now. And for the side of the Expendables, it's not the best of starts after initial good performance winning that last game.
Like, I'd seen Duck wrap around the southern side of Pachinki across the road, and I thought, okay, That's a pretty solid big brain rotation. But it was like way too deep. Clearly way too deep. To the point where he's in that 1v1 June looking for a couple of shots towards his nemesis, crossing towards the other side of the building with the body advantage against them. I can't help but feel that the Expendables should look to disengage away. They know, based on Duck's rotation, that the south side of the Pachinki City is extremely unoccupied, so they can disengage away. There's still risks involved around that, but I recommend that if they can, to just move away.
Move away, and wouldn't surprise me if they do just that indeed, as you know, you can't be losing and being down to the one remaining player or being wiped so early on, especially if you've come off the back of a win as well. But for the squad of SGD, they want to prove that might have been a little bit of a luck, like you mentioned, of June clutching the 3v1 towards the end, and they want to fix their mistakes. And well, for the side of NRX, it's not been the stellar performance that we could have potentially hoped from them throughout the first 11 or so matches. And to be honest with you, one team I'm deeply disappointed in is DXG Imperium. I don't know if you agree. They looked great in the first game of the competition. They looked like they had the play style down to a T, but they've just gone a little bit cold on us.
Well, that is definitely a product of what is the, I don't want to say the honeymoon period of a tournament, but that kind of, those first couple of games where teams are really, you know, becoming familiar with each other. So that allows maybe a bit of an inconsistent variable on who's winning those games, because you have a little bit of an easier chance if you're not one of the stronger teams to pick up that win. And it's the same for not only Division X, but from the future. Both of the teams that won the first two games have really kind of gone a bit downhill. So I'm glad you brought up that point against Division X. They're definitely capable of it, right? They've proven it, but they have to adapt to the lobby that little bit better.
Indeed, they do, and we'll see if they can do that throughout the rest of this game. And what was sort of made in Thailand, they've started to make their way over towards this compound area just alongside that wide stretchy long road, as they were joined by Team Extraordinaire and RX still over towards this set of buildings, and they try to find some shots as well. But well, Jude has answered back to the side of SGD. It's going to be Shen who's knocked, and these two right now, they seem to be somewhat griefing each other's games at this point, as you'd like to have think they would have probably just respected it and said, okay, we've traded 1 for 1, let's just try and back off, not re-aggress and keep the remaining players we've got up. But well, apparently not, as they want to try and level things back up at 2 players apiece.
I love how much of a gamer you are that you use the word grief. I love it.
I played my fair share of battle royales, mate. I have.
Man. It's brilliant. Like it's been a while since I've heard that, you know, from a commentating standpoint. And it's a word that I'm probably gonna steal to use myself a little bit more often as the Expendables go out and they get griefed by SGD.
Listen, my friend, it's all right. It's my early Christmas present to you, bringing back the old school vocabulary of gaming. But well, speaking of players that are knocked, one of the players from PMA are, and it was to the hands of Young B, I think. But for the side of Battlenham, they're going to lose Simon as well. And what is happening to Battlenham United at the moment? I don't know if they're just trying to play an aggressive sort of, you know, stomping style of plays that's there to come on. Iconics actually, I think, knocked his own teammate by accident, caught in a crossfire. So it's a 2 versus 1 momentarily as Youngby drops Botany. So the 1 versus 1. All of a sudden, that Kobe's going to probably do a little bit of damage. And well, that's going to be the side of PMA, unfortunately, out of this one early on. But the damage probably done, though, for the side of Battlenham, as they're down to 2.
Phase 2 pops up. It does centralize onto the mainland, so a good side of relief being held for a lot of these players. Team Extraordinaire taking a couple of shots. The hands of Myth, and they turn it around. Papi Chulo playing on the eastern side of Lumberyard, being aware that Myth are around him, so he's going to try and disengage away while the rest of the team are still trying to find their bones inside this position of the circle. Nice 2-2 split from Team Extraordinaire, but they need to find a knock onto one of the Myth players if they're going to keep themselves up cleanly as a full squad, I feel.
Indeed so. Well, for the side of Team PMA and the Expendables, they were the first two teams to drop here in match number 11 on AOC Masters. And don't forget, guys, AOC are the headline sponsors of this event. We thank them for running such an amazing broadcast, but not only do they provide super exciting events, they've got some exclusive and special offers for you depending on what countries you are from. So for more information on that, visit the AOC Monitor via the Facebook as well, where you can also keep up to date with all the tournament tracking results on the AOC Monitor fan page on Facebook, either that or Mineski TV_TH as well. But in this game now, 14 teams remaining, 52 alive. This has actually been a very, very slower paced game on Erangel in comparison to what we've seen over the past few days. Usually in around the 12-minute mark, we're looking at the likes of 10 teams, maybe 9 as well. But finally, these teams are starting to realize we're coming to crunch time. Well,
yeah, and I also think it's a product of, with Erangel, even if a good bit of water is in play, teams I think have a little bit more of a comfortability in rotating cleanly around each other and not getting into a spot of bother. And then when the phase 2 centralized up onto the mainland, a lot less teams had to really move in a strong way. So once again, we're seeing less interaction. Myth do seem to be controlling Colony extremely well, but Alec finds a knock on to Jacob. Rogue Namzi gonna push on forward. He's gonna get the headshot. Momon is knocked.
Yeah, Momonji probably shot. She should have been laying there down, but when you're laying down, it opens up the possibilities to find a snappy headshot onto that player, and that's exactly what he's done. So, well, Alex is gonna finish off that kill on to Duck. I mean, I think it's down to a 1 versus 1 right now as well. Well, sorry, 1 versus 2. Colony do clean that up. Momonji's going to get back online as well. So 3 players remaining for them. And Colony were a team that we said we need to see a little bit more out of as well, right? Like they were a team that they were consistently placing very well. We highlighted to that. We were very impressed with them. I feel like they've been a bit quiet today to start off with. They had a good performance in game number 1, but went a bit of a stray in game number 2. Back on Erangel now. Probably suits their playstyle ever so slightly more, as if they can put a second chicken dinner on the board here. Again, they're another team that can really, really cause some damage.
Mansion, baby, let's get this show on the road. It is very good in this kind of circle, and you can see DK have been here for a little bit of time. They lost 1 player earlier on at the hands of Kingslayer, John. E-Arena have been able to cut their way in to get control of the top building on the Lion King Hill. You have Kingslayers holding down the fort. It's a full squad. A clean central shift on this phase leaves a lot of teams looking good. Team Bliss has a 2-2 split on the northeastern side. You have NRX close by. Fury still kind of holding on to the Yasnaya area, which is definitely interesting, but I think it makes sense based on where they rotated from and from the future. Beautiful 2-1-1 spread they have on the southwest side.
Yeah, I was going to highlight from the future as well. The split's very nice. I kind of understand the split from the Fury point of view, though, keeping 2 people over towards Yasnaya. They are allowed the 2 other people to split slightly out and get a bit more control inside of that 3rd phase and catch any players starting to rotate off. There wasn't a lot of sort of ridge area to work around those players, so it could definitely play into their favour. DXG, though, well, they're going to have a player knocked. Unfortunately, things go from bad to worse from our match number 1 winners as well, by the way. That's going to be a little bit frustrating for them, as they've just not seemed to hit the heights that we could have probably expected from. But this zone's going to start to get a little bit interesting as soon as players start to crash in towards each other. And, well, here we go, over towards Mansion. There's 3 teams pretty much on top of each other.
Yeah, we don't talk too much about that northern side of Mansion because it's very vicarious, and it's the kind of area of the map where when you get there, you are kind of stuck there. It's the marshes of Mansion, the boglands of Mansion, and it's a little bit like quicksand, where if you try and get out too quickly, you end up getting stuck there more so. So I appreciate that Bad Boys are committing to that area on this phase 3. It makes sense, but they know they're going to be there a while, and it's going to be important for them to hold things down. When you look at DK, the right inside it, nice shots coming out from Zysho, but I would recommend that the rest of the team could possibly look to push on that a little bit more aggressively now.
Yeah, you made a great point in terms of that back north area of the Mansions. And, well, for the side of BBA, although they find a few tags, as soon as you see that initial knock come through, right, you got to try and collapse onto that a little bit more. But, well, unfortunately for BBA, it's gone not in their favor as well. There we go. We see a knock finally come through. We need to start to see BBA probably start to aggress their way up towards mansions ever so slightly and get a little bit more control because, well, for them, you mentioned it's such a hard area to try and stick around. They have got E-Arena there for help, but we start to look towards further north past them. You've got the likes of NRX starting to come through. I think you had Team Bliss starting to linger over as well. So for the side of BBA, they've got to start trying to get in towards one of these compounds or buildings over towards mansion.
Yeah, and DK have been whittled down to just one player because of the third party from E-Arena. It's absolutely glorious. Phase 3 is about to end and Phase 4 is going to pop up like the gigantic poop storm that it can be. But it does go relatively nicely down on the southwest cuts. A lot of key areas out of play that have been inside these first 3 circles. So Team Bliss, NRX, the 3 teams in Mansion, and even Team Extraordinaire, they are left with nowhere to go. And Team Bliss are pushing on in. It seems like they're going for the full send on the Kingslayers.
Yep, I think it was only a matter of time before we start to see a few teams crash, and well, here we go. It's going to be the side of Kingslayer and Bliss trying to go head-to-head, and I want to just highlight quickly the performance from Fury. We mentioned the split earlier on. The split seemed to have paid off, as there are going to be 2 players still just coming out the back of Yasnaya, so they're going to play for that sort of late rotation into the phase while the blue sort of touches their back, but momentarily in this engagement, we saw Kingslayers pick up the first knock. It's going to be via the nade. I think that was going to be Jason with it. So odds-on advantage at the moment to the side of Team Bliss. No, sorry, the side of Kingslayer.
Yeah, but then again, 1-1 has been knocked down, so that kind of door has been opened up a little bit. Plus E-Arena, oh my god, E-Arena, what are you doing? You want to get involved as well. KM99 pushing in, that's going to slow down Team Bliss and could open the door for Kingslayer's third party, this bad boy 3-way fight.
Well, I like this from E-Arena. I like it a lot. I think they've realised that a few knocks have been traded back and forth. A lot of damage has been done, and they say, hey, you know what? These double compounds of buildings look like quite a good spot to try and set up camp here as the phase starts to shift this way. So I respect that a lot. But, well, for the side of E-Arena, it's going to be Lyrics who's dropped. The third party, though, coming through from the side of Fury, and all of a sudden we're seeing lots of shots take way. As I mean, at the moment you've got what, 4, 5, 6 teams all within the same sort of close region of each other, and a lot of these players might have those, you know, extended scope ranges to get some further shots off, and we know how much damage the likes of a Mini 14 can do with those pop shots as well. So this right here, I don't think we've seen the end of this engagement for this compound just yet.
And then you have Fury into this is just kind of getting a couple of shots off onto E-Arena, and I appreciate that rotation from E-Arena, but it felt like a little bit too much of a soft crash and not as much of a hard crash as it needed to be. Maybe that was a little bit too late for them as well to pull it off. Easier said than done. Timing isn't always going to be perfect, especially in this kind of circle situation. I appreciate the fact that Kingslayers backed off a little bit and recognized that, hey, we lost a player, we lost that area of the Lion King area, let's just give it over to them.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to be a little bit more respectful to the opponents, that they might just necessarily have the upper advantage in these fights. But, well, this phase is going to slowly start to end, and we'll see the new one pop, and wouldn't surprise me if we start to see it slightly center off towards the western side and pull towards the likes of, well, maybe not, it doesn't matter, as all the squads are going to be forced to pretty much force their way into this zone. But for the side of Team Extraordinaire, well, they're slap bang in the middle of the zone. You've got Fury, though. Yakika Macau, he's already set up pretty nicely in the zone. We mentioned Fury.
Need to get together.
Yeah, this is the type of situation where a split can be awful, right, Imperium?
Yeah, and it's not the fact that they need to worry about the eastern side of the road. Honestly, they can't. It's kind of out of bounds at this stage of the game. They need to get back together so they can control the western side. As the arena go for the wraparound, Sapnix has been left on his own. My boy pulls out a Car 98 shot, but it doesn't connect, and desperate times call for desperate measures on the rotation. DK Esports on the underside of the hill were able to benefit from that.
DK now still stuck between a few of these teams.
What?
Well, they're stuck between a Kobe of Satnix as well as Limitless and my boy are going to drop. And, well, DK, see you later, my friend. I'm not too sure how that nade actually even landed. Did it roll down the bottom of the hill from where he threw it, maybe?
It was a beautifully thrown nade. It was the fact that DK let that happen to an extent, It's like they weren't expecting Sapniks to come back, and that element of surprise are kind of going to give DK the benefit of the doubt. But big brain, big ballsy play from Sapniks anyway to turn that one around and pick himself up 2 kills. He is the last player alive for his side as Team Extraordinaire control the center of the circle. Look at that vehicle wall they have in front of them, right? That is a glorious wall.
Yeah, that's going to definitely allow themselves to stay alive a little bit longer. And they're actually playing in quite a bit of a dip and crevice here on the ridge. So
exactly,
they've got a little bit of natural cover to work with as well. So the team position of Extraordinaire right now isn't too bad, to say the least. And you look at how much flat land is in front of them should these teams start to push towards them. You want to say they're in pretty a decent spot at the moment, though. However, it will come down to how these teams up on the outside with the zone to their back start to play themselves off of the blue. We see some nades come through from the side of NRX. It's going to be a trade, though, back and forth, as we do see the squad of SGD drop down to their one remaining player. But Dawn's actually killed his teammate as SGD go out, unfortunately. And, well, all of a sudden, the squad of Division X, they look like they could potentially have the upper advantage here after that. I think it was a bit of a mistake from NRX who knocked on
a massive mistake from NRX. Never mind the fact that they were like too close together to each other, John, to begin with. That teammate knocked and made it so much harder. Now they are looking to respond, but one player left up, they get taken down, and Division X, they pick them apart.
Pick them apart indeed. And well, we've been waiting for the side of DXG to step up and show us a little bit more oomph like they did in match number 1, and oomph indeed as they find the kills on it. Nice shift on the phase, and Extraordinaire looking very, very good. But Trick here, probably a little bit too separated for his liking from his squad, and he's like, okay, I'm just going to throw a nade away and try and get back towards my teammates. Papachulo also has the same idea, but well, we're starting to see a few kills go down in the kill feed here. It's going to be Bryn and Yakika Macau, but the two teams of Bliss and Fury. I think it is going to be Bliss who come out on that just slightly on top as well. No, it's actually 3 players apiece. And, well, Bliss right now, they're getting a very good spot here to pick up their 4th chicken dinner.
They do still need to get into the circle. Kingslayers are right beside them. Kingslayers have been a little bit more passive, a little bit more calculated, you might say, on top of the Lion King. Compound. Team Bliss only have to deal with the one player of Kingslayers, that's Jagger. Let's see if he's got the moves like Jagger to pull out something massive against the Australian side. I don't think that's going to be the case on the western edge in that kind of little bit of a crevice across the road. Team Fury seem to be controlling it, holding it down from the likes of From the Future. A kind of third party from Team Bliss hurt and stab Fury in the back.
Trying to stab them in the back indeed, but it's going to be Jagger who stabbed the side of Team Bliss in the back. As it's going to be Textile who falls. The revive should come through pretty comfortably, though. I think they've got a few smokes to work with. It's actually Monty who may have spotted Jagger, or no, the nade's going to come through. I don't think that res is going to come off in time. It's going to be... Oh my god, did it come off in time? It did, but Monty catches their headshot, so it's a trade for trade. I think, did the kill come through in time? I'm not too sure. I think it did, yeah, but still though, for the side of Bliss, that's not the worst situation to be in. You've still got 3 players up. The squad of Extraordinaire, they're collapsed.
Apologies, it didn't go through. The revive was laid out onto inside, so they are still up as a full squad. From the Future just absolutely ripped apart the side of I
think it was Fury who ripped apart From the Future,
Fury,
right?
Yeah.
Like, they drop instantly, but luckily though the trades do come back through DXG. That's going to be Extraordinaire, who was in a great spot, do be eliminated. Unfortunately, the shifts don't pay off in their favour. And well, we're down to our top 4 here as DXG do drop to their final remaining player. And well, for the side of Team Bliss, you've got to be looking at this here and licking your lips to say we could be here in a potential spot to put our 4th chicken dinner on the spot. But are we going to see finally though, here Imperium Fury, can they convert this chicken dinner?
When you got the Mida Team Bliss right beside them, that's going to be a tougher task than you think. Although it does help that Bryn is knocked. Rain is close by.
Brain does find some tag. Rain finds the kill. There we go. Oh my god, Monty and Rain go huge. And once again, Imperium, it's all fallen apart for the side of Fury and Team Bliss. Will they find the white from the future, sweeping at the nick of time to help him out? And how, Imperium, has it happened again?
Man, I feel sorry for them, but why do you think I said when you have Team Bliss right beside you, that's easier said than done, because they are experts in the late game as from the future. They haven't really shown up in these late games compared to what we saw from them in match number 2, but they've been able to rip apart Division X, and we're down to our final 2 from the future and Team Bliss.
Yeah, I'm surprised Team Bliss aren't trying to get a bit more aggressive here after the knock comes through. They are, but it might have come just slightly a little too late as well. Monty, Bryn, and Rain, they got the odds against them in terms of the numbers, but we know how well these individuals can play, and unfortunately, I think they are going to have to slightly go to shift towards down the hill. So we mentioned how hard it is to rotate in a game like PUBG down a hill. They have got a slight ridge to work with though in front of them, but it doesn't matter because Monty, he snaps, he finds the head, and Monty wants to go huge as man's going to drop. And again, all of a sudden, another turn. Oh, what beautiful mollies they are. They're dropping straight onto the body, I think. That's a huge molly from them, as it's going to be some chunks onto YQQ.
And look at Bryn. Look at Bryn.
Oh,
Look at
Bryn.
Bryn wrapping around. Absolutely beautiful.
Oh, the nade!
The nade!
How is Bryn doing it? All of a sudden, from the future, have fallen apart again. It's huge for the side of Team Bliss. But Bryn now has been found. The knock comes through. 2 remaining players. They've isolated them. They know where they are. I think the res should be coming through from the fire quite comfortably. And I think Bryn needed a little bit more patience potentially there to convert a few more kills. And is that going to be around and a chicken dinner on the board from the future? Broken Hearts knocks Bryn. It's all up to Rain. Can he find any kills? He can't. It's going to be a GG. Game, set, and the match from the future win.
Oh my god, that was close. They nearly did a Team Bliss. I know they were taking a bit of a risk by going across the road in that manner, but they also knew that they needed to send the majority of their players in that direction. You said it best when you said that Bryn maybe just slightly overextended, but one thing that From the Future did right, which I have to give them credit for, is keeping that one player in the back line, John. That one player in the back line was able to support the rest of his team so much more comfortably, and even when the knock came through, the revive was pulled off so much easier because of that backline support. So it was a deserved chicken dinner from the future, but you can't deny that Team Bliss time and time again, game after game after game, are constantly getting up there, the top 3, top 4, top 2. It is kind of magnificent to see. Just this time around, they couldn't close it out.
I think if you was asking me who I predict to win the event, my predictions might very much change, as Team Bliss are definitely throwing themselves in the mixer for that conversation. But
yeah,
I mean, I just want to highlight the point about Bryn. He found that split so well and just rotated around the back of that rock. I think what he needed to do was not panic and try and find a quick kill. I think he needed to take a little bit of a breather, relax ever so slightly, and then try and pay for more than one kill.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree. It was just one of those things where I don't think he knew that there was a player in the backline. I think they believed that all of the players from the future were kind of scrunched into that corner, into that little dip, and that's all you can go by, right? That's why I don't hold it against Bryn. I don't hold it against Team Bliss as a whole, because they were in the disadvantageous area of the circle, right? At least they controlled the result of the match in their hands as much as possible. But that was a hell of a game ending towards Mansion. It was beautiful. I thought there was a lot of clean circle shifts, and the game was certainly consistently action-packed.
Action-packed indeed, and I don't think you could have summed it up any better. And I absolutely love when we see zones like that and phases like that towards the end, Imperium. It really comes down to split-second decisions, and well, for the side of From the Fire, luckily, from the future, sorry, for them, they found the fire in their belly in the end as they pick up that chicken dinner. But at the moment, for the sides, you know, outside of this top 6, top 7, I think you could probably say it might be slightly too late for them to try and grab chicken dinners now. I think you've got the likes of Bliss who are looking well, SGD. You can even throw the likes of Colony, Made in Thailand into that mix. And now, of course, from the future, who, let's give credit where credit is due. You know, they've finished top 3, top 2 a few times already in the week's worth of games. So I think there's a few teams now back in contention.
Yeah, for sure. Like, that was from the future second chicken dinner, so it automatically jumps them into third place overall in the standings, knocking the Expendables off that third place spot. So right now, like, out of the 7 teams that have chicken dinners, 3 of them have multiple. Yeah. With Team Bliss still holding on to that kind of third chicken dinner. If they hadn't gotten that fourth, it would have been, I would nearly say, kind of tournament over. Give that first place over to Team Bliss. But still, from the future, taking that away from them in the end does leave the door wide open for any one of the top 7 teams to come out on top.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting second, you know, half to the week, to say the least. But this is how things ended up. It was actually Team Bliss who made the play onto Fury with the help of From the Future. But what I would like to have seen here is, we saw the engagement between From the Future and DXG, right? I think Team Bliss needed to close that gap slightly earlier between the two teams, and it would have probably countered this situation here where they were kind of stuck towards the top of this road and they had to work their way down the sort of half cliff edge ridge area. And although Bryn might have made that play, unfortunately, it's this situation here. Just look, if you look at this here, Imperium, one player's knocked. I think that's where you needed to see Bryn maybe aggress either slightly faster or then take a split second to relax. I think he just got his timings just off in terms of whether to play faster or slower.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. But looking at the leaderboards after the multiple matches we've had so far, I think, 11 matches we've had, Team Bliss still holding on to that first spot. 3 chicken dinners, 43 kills. Xiaoji Dui, you can't sniff at what they've done so far. 2 chicken dinners, 55 kills. But From the Future, just futuristically jumping up 3 spots into third with that second chicken dinner.
Yeah, and they're looking great now as well, because if they pick up another game, they're going to jump over the top of Bliss as well in terms of kills at the top spot. So this has really set us up for an interesting final game here in day number 3 of the AOC Masters. And it's going to really, really determine whether or not the likes of Bliss, Xiaoji Dui, From the Future, etc. can continue the hot streak and consistency that they're on. Or are we going to finally see, going into the second half of the week's games, Fury, Baonam, Arena? Listen, we can't complain about them fragging, but are we going to see them finally put some wins on chicken dinners on the boards? Only time will tell.
I know. I really want to see a Fury, Baonam, or E-Arena chicken dinner, even PMA, one of those 4 teams, because not only because of the amount of kills they got will mean they will jump up into the kind of top 4, top 5, but even just to make things continually more interesting across this tournament leading into the final day. I want to see as many teams as possible get chicken dinners.
Do you know what I would absolutely love to see? Final 3 in our last game of today. Baonam, Fury, E-Arena as the final 3 teams left alive. That is a fairy tale ending, to say the least, and that will set that team up beautifully to go into tomorrow's games. Listen, who knows? I'm a man of many talents. Maybe I should get my crystal ball out and become a sidekick, because some say, you know, this casting thing can hurt your throat every now and then. But unfortunately, we are going to go to a quick break. But when we're back, we're heading into our final game. It's match 12 after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, welcome back to the AOC Masters Tournament 2021 here. I'm John P, joined by the lovely Imperium as always. We are headed into our last game of today, game 12 overall of the competition. So after the end of play today, Imperium, we are going to be at that halfway stage.
24 minus 12.
Oh my
god, you are...
I knew my private education came in handy eventually, I think. Let me just get the calculators out.
No, you're dead right. After today's final match, indeed, we're going to be halfway through, and that's why I think it will be great to once again, end this final match with a team winning that hasn't got a game.
Yes.
Because I think that will allow us to. Either way, we are going to be able to evaluate a lot more coming into the next 12 games and to really kind of maybe paint a bigger picture on what might happen. These games have been hella entertaining. They've been hella fun, and I think a lot of teams have kind of stepped up to the plate in a massive way. With the format, John, you don't need to be like super consistent, but I'll always highlight a team that's consistent, and right now, the team that is the most consistent is the team that's in first place, and that's Bliss. Yeah, I mean, consistency can sometimes be key, but I think you mentioned a great point. It sometimes us as casters, we sound like we contradict what we say 9 times out of 10, where we're saying, in this format, you got to be consistent in trying to win games, but you also don't have to be consistent because if you've already won the games, teams behind you might necessarily not be able to beat you anyway. So it's very. If you guys are confused at home, don't worry. Us as casters, we're equally confused sometimes, but. Let's take a little look at this plane path. That is a very tongue-twisting word and sentence indeed, as it's going to be heavily focused over towards the eastern side of the map here, starting off towards La Crobiera, and it's going to go past El Pozo, all the way down past Power Grid, etc., straight down to Los Leonas at the bottom as well. So a lot of teams here, they've elected to actually quite jump early out towards the northern side of the map. Yeah, but teams should generally be able to get to where they want to go from the future. Going to go for the Hacienda split drop. They won the previous game, so they're probably feeling a little bit confident. Fury going to go towards the western side of Los Leones. DK towards Impala, along with not Impala, but BBA going to go to Port-au-Prince. So it's all pretty standard stuff across the board. If there can be any kind of scragglers, that's going to be obviously a little bit challenging for them to join up with the rest of their team, but you can see Colony and the side of DXG, they are generally close by towards this northern side of the map, and we can see that IQ 500 from DXG along with another one of his players are being picked up, and then they'll disengage away from Colony. I think
for the teams that haven't got a game on the board already in terms of the Chicken Zilla rule, I think this is going to be probably one of the most important games they play of the entire event thus far, if not in general, because, you just made a great point in terms of if we can see a team that hasn't won a chicken dinner yet get on the board, it sets them up perfectly going into the late stages of the week. However, if you look at the likes of SGD, Team Bliss, if they put another win on the board here and they're looking at like the 4th, 3rd sort of chicken dinner, they're pretty much guaranteed themselves to very much be in contention going into the final day at least, leading the way of the leaderboard. So going to be vital to see these teams try and get a chicken dinner on the board. So that's why I think we might see a little bit more of a slower paced game here on Miramar, and we might try to see teams not engage and lose players too early.
And that phase 1 was definitely kind of nicer compared to the first Miramar game of the day. It's still a little bit towards the southwest of the map, but it does incorporate a lot more of the kind of central area around Picado. You have Picado Hill in play. It's great for Fury because they land on that western side of Los Leones, so they don't have far to go to really put themselves in a strong position of the circle. See DK of Zyshow of DK Esports looking possibly for one of the Kingslayer's players. However, he's kind of pushing this on his own, and that's a little bit risky, but I think Jay Yi Kwan has absolutely no idea that there's a player hunting him down.
Yeah, I think if Sideshow plays this very well, he's probably got one of the freest kills of his life here, and for the side of DK and Kingslayer, these are the two teams that are kind of towards the bottom of the life standings, as they cannot afford to lose anyone early, and well, it's going to be Sideshow who finds the first tags. Janiquan is going to try and
Lovely flash.
delay him ever so slightly, but I think you got to see for the likes of Kingslayer, they're going to be starting today's game with at least one player less.
Yeah, great play by Zai Show. There's a tiny bit of a risk by pushing in on his own, but at the end of the day, he knew that there's no information from the side of Kingslayers, so it was to an extent a free kill. That is the product a little bit once again of that kind of playing path. Yes, split drops. It can happen. It absolutely sucks, but you just gotta take it on the chin and move on forward for Kingslayers. They're going to be down to 3. Fury, like I said, landed in Los Leones. You can see Flood looting on up, be ready to move out with the rest of his team. We are 4 minutes into this game, made in Thailand. Haven't really had a good day today this side, right? Compared to yesterday where they looked a lot more impactful. They picked up a chicken dinner. This has been a far more frustrating day for the side of Made in Thailand.
Yeah, I could have said it better myself. I thought yesterday they looked very impactful, and I think you used a great word there in impactful, because they seem to have dictated yesterday's game and kind of grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, right? And put their kind of just stamped their authority on most of the games they played, but a little bit and that's where we can see, you know, when you get the likes of a chicken dinner on the board, it's where your play style can really change, because you're like, okay, we're in contention for winning this thing. We just need to make sure we play towards the sort of end phases, right? But sometimes you can be a little bit too passive, split too much, and you get singled out in 1v1s and all of a sudden fall. And I think that's the trouble that Made in Thailand have had thus far today. I would love to see them try and impose a bit more of their style of play on the game.
They've only gotten 4 kills in today's 3 games. You know, so even if you're not getting the chicken dinner, to get some kills does have a bit of an impact on your position in the overall standings. They've gone from 3rd all the way down to 6th, right? So, you know, there is 2 teams in front of them that also has 1 chicken dinner. So that's why I kind of highlight the lack of kills they've gotten today, because that has been as much of has been as much of an impact on why they've dropped down as a lack of chicken dinner.
Yeah, looks like the players from that squad aren't going to be eating too well tonight. Well, Mastodon seems a little bit hungry for blood, and well, he's going to find KMF1 as well. So not too many players dropped thus far, and I mentioned I could see probably a potentially slightly slower paced style of play, because it is the last game of the day. People want to try and put that chicken dinner on the board, and I just can't keep help but looking here, Imperium, to the likes of Battlegrounds United and Fury, who have got 6. These players have got nearly 120, over 120 kills between them, and they are currently 8th and 9th in our live standing, which is absolutely ridiculous.
And that's why I don't like the chicken dinner rule, right? That's one of the reasons why it really frustrates me, because it's like the teams are not rewarded for that aggression at all if they don't get a chicken dinner, right? So yeah, it frustrates me, and I feel very sorry for the teams and how much stress it can put them under, but it is up to them to adapt. We don't have control over the format. Just gotta take it on the chin and play it as you can, while Made in Thailand trying to continue to turn this final day around, or this final match of the day around for themselves. On this squad here, 2.5 minutes or so away from closing out this first circle. And DK Esports, John, they have been pretty damn proactive in this game so far. The 2 kills they have gotten have been kind of solo kills, but you gotta say that even though they've kind of struggled, they're still not afraid to kind of show that sign of confidence by being spread, by getting those solo kills.
But I think that's one of the reasons why they've struggled, to be totally honest with you, is that they've played a little bit too passive at times, and I like the fact that they've decided to try and split out slightly, be a little bit more hyper aggressive, and try and force, you know, the hand of the opponents. And it seems to have worked just well for them so far, as they already find 3 kills on the board in this game. And I mean, well, there we go. That's the flip side of being a little bit hyper aggressive. You run into the likes of Hikaru, who finds the kill, unfortunately. And for the side of DK, just things, haven't seemed to have gone their way thus far. I like the fact that they tried a little bit of change of pace, but, well, when you're fighting the likes of Hikaru from the future, you can get punished so easily.
Yeah, for sure, and there's that risk involved, and at the end of the day, it's still a 2-for-1 trade. They maybe got a tiny bit distracted for the most part against the side of Team Extraordinaire, and Zaishu loses his life for that one. You hit the nail on the head, John, when you highlighted about this final match of the day being potentially somewhat passive. I think it's a bit of a product of every day, especially yesterday as well. The final match yesterday was once again a little bit more passive in the early game. So it seems like when they wake up and they're hungry for blood, they're like, yeah, let's get some PUBG games in. Let's go hard and heavy. Whoa. But then by the final game, they're like, okay, guys, we need to chill. We need to slow down. And everybody's of the kind of same mentality, the same mindset.
Well, I think that's why we saw Colony be so successful in yesterday's final game and pick up the win, because it suits their style of play almost to a T. I don't think you could get it better, than saying Colony are probably not. I don't want to say the most consistent team because they're not at the top of the leaderboard like Blitz and SGD, for example. But in terms of being outside of the top 3, top 4, in terms of trying to make consistently placement points, or what would be placement points and kill points, turning off for the better. Colony have definitely been up there for sure, 100%, and they were so successful in that final game yesterday, just picking people off and sort of really just letting everyone else do the work. And well, although unfortunately for them they are going to be without Calbs for the rest of this game as the nade comes through and finishes him off, Momonji falls as well, and it don't look like it's going to be a replication of that match 4 yesterday as well. The side of Colony, the hive's very much been broken.
Yeah, and I question the timing of that later rotation from Colony. Right, you got to think when the phase 1 is generally quite centered, and you're going in late, teams are already set themselves up. They're already solidified in that area of the map, right? So you coming in late is a massive risk. If they had waited for phase 2 to pop up, they could have stayed on Picado Hill and gone for Northern Shift and stayed up as a full squad. So rare that we see Colony make that kind of mistake, but when they do, I still have to point it out.
Yeah, very rare indeed, but I mean, sometimes, if you're playing like Colony so consistently well, sometimes mistakes happen, and what should have been pretty much a firing squad in favour of Balnam, it is Textile who finds the first knock onto God. Zest trades it back instantly, though. Zest there for the second, can't find it. Brim turns and burns. Fantastic Pika's advantage there as he swings the corner and finds the kill. And well, for the squad of Balnam, it's happened again here. Imperium, all of a sudden, it's going to be left to Simon and Young B as God Ace and Zest fall, and I just don't understand what's happening with them right now.
Honestly, I don't hold out against Baunam. Honestly, I really don't, because they had a 2-2 split in phase 1. That's perfectly acceptable. It really is. Just Team Bliss rocked up as a full squad, and that's one of those things. So I don't hold that situation specifically against Baunam, but it certainly does lend itself into maybe that element of bad luck that they've had across the game so far in the AOC Masters Tournament regional finals. But it's great to see Team Bliss get a little bit more proactive in the early game and move as a full squad. It's been part of why they've definitely been successful, of course, but less aggressive in a lot of these matches. But coming in, picking up 2 kills, it's a good way to see them play.
Yeah, definitely indeed. Is no doubt their confidence will continue to go from strength to strength. And speaking of a team with somewhat confidence, the squad of the Expendables, after that win earlier on in the day, looking to try and go one better and pick up 2 for their troubles. But the side of Fury, they have lost Ronin to a knock early on, and a little bit surprised here, the squad of BBA of Bad Boy Alliance towards the bottom, trying to fight fire with probably one of the ferocious teams in the game. Did you like what I did there, Imperium? Did you like?
I did.
Okay,
I did.
I'm glad you did it yesterday, so I thought I needed to be part of the team and try and do it today. But
thank you, man. I appreciate it.
You're paving the way for the next esports PUBG casters, my friend. As well, Fury, they're going to answer back with a couple of their own, and it looks like, although one player is going to be lost from either side, both teams, they decided not to regress.
What can I say? We're forming a perfect duo, just like the Bad Boys, And what are they going to do? What are they going to do when they come for you, right? So it's going to be Fury going to be laying in and turning things around against the side of Bad Boys Alliance. I will say, I don't get why Fury are still this close to the edge of Los Leones, right? They dropped pretty nicely. The phase 1 circle complemented where they were, but moving out further away from the city would have meant that they wouldn't have gotten caught out by Bad Boys Alliance.
Indeed, as we see that phase start to shrink its way in once again here, and we'll start to see it shift. I think it's probably going to maybe make its way up towards the northern side of the map. Oh, there you go, it heads towards the northeastern side as Los Leones. That's going to be completely out. So for the side of Fury, they've got to slowly edge their way in. But you're looking at the likes of SGD here, even squad of KSR towards the middle, and even over towards Picardo for the side of Made in Thailand. A few of these teams already set up pretty lovely here going into this next phase.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trickier circle shift, being honest. There's a couple of really strong areas of the map, but outside of that, it's generally quite flat and really not too much to hold on to. So whoever gets into those stronger areas first does have a big advantage of playing into the late game a lot more confidently, to say the least. Xiaoji Dui have proved their worth inside Miramar, and for the time being, they have a fantastic spot to hold down.
You have to definitely see if they can continue to lock down this spot, one of the power spots probably on the map thus far. But anytime you set up like this in sort of zone, you are vulnerable for what we like to call a crash, in terms of a full-on send it towards your buildings to try and get control of it. I can't see too many teams doing that, though. If any team's probably in trouble of that, you'd probably say it's the likes of Expendables or even Baunam United. But we mentioned the squad of SGD, such a good spot here, like you alluded to, Imperium, up towards the top of this ridge as well. They got such covering fire as well towards the players that are stuck towards the bottom of these rocky ridge. And this is why I love Miramar as a map. There's so much natural terrain and ridges to work with. It can really make for an interesting viewing. And especially when those phases start to shift towards uphills or downhills, things can change at the flip of a coin.
Exactly. There's an element of volatility around this kind of circle shift. At least Baonam can rest a little bit easy that their position is still inside the circle, but Bad Boys Alliance, who, although got a kill onto one of the Fury players, it got traded quite quickly, are going to have this sequel to the original fight with Fury definitely looking in a bit of a stronger spot. Flood and Ronan together. You can see Inside is further back, but is on the high ground. I would recommend that he maybe joins a little bit closer to his teammates, but that might be a bit pinched by a couple of teams around him. Ronan, oh my god, takes a good few shots, has to prone down. That is bot. Is that PMA? I don't know who that is. It is actually E-Arena Sapnix that gets a knock with the Car 98 onto Ronan.
Yeah, I would like to have probably seen Fury decide whether or not they wanted to try and flush out those players from BBA over towards that compound a little bit earlier. They were kind of caught in no man's land and stuck out to dry a little bit, and well, all of a sudden the knock comes through, and that's going to force Insight to rotate his way over. But that opens the door now for the third party of E-Arena, and well, you can see as soon as Insight's moved, they immediately picked up that spot there that he was locating, and well, that's great play there from E-Arena and Sissy.
And then a lovely nade by Halamunan gets a knock once again onto Ronan. The circle centers up right onto both Kingslayers and Xiaoji Dui. Bad Boys Alliance take a couple of shots. E-Arena, believe it or not, could actually low-key help Fury as it happens, because Bad Boys can't massively push Fury because of that third party. So there's that tiny bit of time and delay that's helping Fury to get a little bit back in this game, just a little bit.
Yeah, I think if you're the side of Fury, you got to kind of hope that the third party doesn't come in, but I don't think the squad of Bad Boy Alliance isn't. And why haven't we seen this Bad Boy Alliance from the start of the event here, Imperium? They're taking gunfights left, right, and centre, but unfortunately for them, it looks like the overzealous and aggressive play might come back to haunt them as well. Oh my god, for that!
Oh my god,
that for a nade. That was nearly a bang-on perfect nade. Is that one going to land? It's not. Unfortunately, I think Flood probably gets the revive on to Insight here, but well, Sissy's in a great spot to potentially spot some people out, just waiting for those smokes to clear eventually. And I think when those smokes clear, those two players from Fury are pretty much gone.
You don't have to exactly push. Plus, you have a bit of a fourth party. NRX are coming in to join in on the mix. Oh my god, that molly from Ali Moonen was absolutely terrible. It hit the side railing of that window, and he paid the price. Flood is knocked down. He's going to be taken out inside, left on his own, but he's going to try and do something in amongst the smokes. Gets a couple of shots on the levers, but down he goes. Fury are eliminated, but we still have the battle ensuing between these three teams.
Yeah, and it looks like E-Arena have played this to perfection here, and I highlighted the point initially that we saw Arena start to rotate over towards the position that Insight actually gave up to try and rotate and find the revive onto his team. And that opened up the spot there for Arena to collapse on towards that compound and edge out towards the top of these ridgeland areas. But, well, it looks like it's going to be a 4th or 5th, if not a 6th party here, as the side of NRX decide to come in and get in on the celebrations as well. They completely flush out those remaining BBA players as well, and they've got this compound to themselves now. But the squad of Arena, they are going to get all 4 players back available online for this fight. They've got the vehicles to work with upon the rotation. And, you know, in all, it looks like the side of Arena have come out of that in pretty good points.
Yeah, still up as a full squad. Credit to NRX, right? A team that showed their aggression in the very first game of this tournament. Hadn't really shown it too much, but the opportunity came along, just like it's coming along for Front of Future to take down the members of Division X Gaming, hurt them in amongst the blue, and camp them from the edge of the circle in a glorious way. And that's why I talked about these kind of first 3 circles kind of being volatile. Of if you had that strong position, it was really going to benefit you, and this northeastern side was one of those very strong positions.
Indeed is. Another team that seems to be performing pretty strong right now is the squad of FTF. I do think it's the side of DXG are completely eliminated, but that's left the squad in complete disarray. And we mentioned if the terrain starts to shift up towards this mountain, you've got to look at the likes of SGD, who are set up towards the top of this mountain in the compounds already. And, well, for the likes of Bliss, Myth, KSR, even the Expendables, and even the Team Extraordinaire on the other side of the Eastern things, they are looking in an awful spot right now to try and work their way up this hill without getting absolutely cracked left, right, and centre. Team Blitz, they've just dropped from 4 to 2, and, well, the side of SGD, they're in a great spot here.
Yeah, Xiao GD couldn't ask for a better circle shift in their direction. You've got the Expendables around there, you've got Myth, and even Team Bliss coming in from behind. So 3-way dance for this western edge of the circle. Nades are flying high. Textile comes in and gets a knock on the duck.
Yeah, that's huge there as well for the side of Myth. What we'll probably start to see now is them try to be the aggressors here. Although they're trying to take fights outside of the phase circle, I think it's important that they try to flush these teams out and get them dropped as quickly as possible, because then they can pretty much say we don't even have to focus behind us. We can keep our backs to the blue and we're pretty much good to go. But for the longer that the squad of the Expendables and Team Bliss stay alive, well, the longer that the team of Made in Thailand can't really focus about getting themselves set up and focusing on the people that are already in the phase in front of them.
You also got to think about the road in between and how heavy you might be exposed from that team. Kingslayers on toward the northern side. DK, though, from the future starting to clash on that northeastern side. And Limitless, his limit has been found and he gets taken out.
Yeah, that's going to be Manners. Well, Levis is going to drop Textile as well with the nades. So just the one remaining player for Team Bliss left alive.
Winchester from my boy? Is that how bad his looting phase has been? Level 1 helmet and a Winchester? Feel bad for him.
Yeah, it's safe to say it. When you can't think of worse situations to put yourself in for Baonam, you see my boys load out and you think, okay, well, I guess it can get slightly worse. Well, for the side of SGD, they're going to be pretty good here to hold the side of Made in Thailand and the Expendables out towards the zone. As I say, that June's going to drop, so with Levis, and, well, this is going to be absolutely fantastic for the side of SGD now, because these two teams are fighting. They're pretty much doing all the work that they need to. The Expendables drop, so that's going to be one of the teams with a chicken dinner out of things already. And if you're the side of SGD here, you've got to be trying to make sure that these players from Made in Thailand, they can't get the revives off and they can't do too much damage.
Yeah, carrying his comrade in towards the edge of the circle down by the side of the hill. Where is Kingslayers? What are you doing? You have the perfect opportunity to come in and get those shots on towards the players in Myth. Did you not hear the shots in front of you? I understood that you wanted to maybe protect them what could happen behind you, but that's where sending that player a little bit more forward in an anchor position to get that information can make such a big difference as the circle once again centers up into the loving arms of Xiao Ji.
Yeah, it looks great for them right now. Honestly, I think you've got to say they're in prime spot here to potentially pick up this chicken dinner, which will be the 3rd on the board for them, and put them back into the top spot. And yeah, a little bit surprised there from the side of Kingslayer that they were in such a great spot. And well, guess what? They didn't take the advantage that they had. Now it's a disadvantage to them, as that's a fantastic grenade there from the side of Made in Thailand. The damage is done. 1-1 drop. So does Jagger. You not dancing today, my friend. Is the only place you're dancing is the graveyard, as Jason's going to probably fall soon as well to the nades. And, well, for the side of Kingsley, you've got to be saying that that's a bit of a mistake you've made and it's cost you your lives.
110%. Team Extraordinaire could be looking for a bit of a cheeky third party. A lot of smokes are protecting the player's myth. They have one player confirmed down and out, so it's 3 against 1 as they push in towards that final player. Job done. KM99 finds that one. We also have E-Arena and Team Extraordinaire fighting up, and it seems like E-Arena have come out on top with just one player left for Team Extraordinaire.
Yeah, and this probably looks like it's going to come down to a bit of an intriguing affair between the Arena and the side of SGD. Myth obviously thrown into that equation as well, but if you're SGD, you just got to say, let's not make any mistakes here, and we're in for a good spot. They've definitely got the advantage in terms of height-wise and positioning against the side of NRX right now, who, if you'd be a betting man, you'd probably bank on the squad of SGD to find the kills onto them as well. They found the kills, one of the players from Made in Thailand. That's going to be Thanawat, who drops. So SGD now, they look like the confidence is flowing ever so much. And we mentioned Team Extraordinaire could come in for the third party, but after they've been wiped, it's only Trick available. He can't afford to make too much noise. He's got to try and slip through the cracks ever so slightly. And, well, that's going to result in him hopping in a vehicle being absolutely beamed. And the side of SGD, they're going to clean up a few kills.
I understand why he wanted to make the move across the road, but not with the buggy. Those vehicles are far too... Those wheels are far too exposed. Jacob down to 3 health, but finds a knock into KM99 E-Arena, hunting for the kills, for them to control the eastern edge of the circle. But Xiao GD, they take down NRX, and we're left with their final 3 teams.
Yep, although KM99 is probably going to get the revive up and running, not too much health to work with. It's going to probably be Rogue Namzi here, who could be the thorn in the side for the side of E-Arena. And if you're SGD, even if you're looking at him, you're saying, okay, let's not actually try and kill him yet. Let's try and let him do a bit of damage towards E-Arena if we can. It's a 4 versus 4 versus 1 in that respect. 3 remaining teams. And, well, we got a pretty spread from the side of... from SGD here as well. The Hills couldn't have asked for a better sort of end zone across the sort of ridgy terrain. And, well, who have you got coming out on top?
It's tricky because I think this hill favors all teams that are kind of inside the circle. The thing is, Rogue Namzi, you said it, he could be that little bit of a thorn in the side. Once the Arena clear him out, it's any team's game. Lovely splash being laid out. Lyrics comes in. Sapniks to finish it off, and that is Made in Thailand out.
Made in Thailand, unfortunately, they weren't made for the desert apparently as well. E-Arena, they're up against SGD in the 4 versus 4 with... This here is such a pivotal game. This is such a pivotal game if you think about it. The squad of SGD win this, they're looking great going into tomorrow. They're sitting top of the leaderboards with their 3rd chicken dinner. 60-odd kills in the kill column as well. Shen, once again, having a stellar performance for his side. If you're on a team of E-Arena, you've catapulted yourself into the top 6. You've got your first chicken dinner on the board, and you're sitting comfortably at around the 50-kill margin too. So this is really, really pivotal and could be a real key game in how our live standings take shape.
E-Arena and any of the games that they've been in towards the top 2, top 3 so far, the loss has been out of their control. I've given them the benefit of the doubt. I think this is their best opportunity to win a game. But like you said, they're going up against a team that have proven themselves with 2 chicken dinners so far. Shen is still alive, and we saw how heavily he popped off in yesterday's games. I love Upchen's position on the underside of that hill. It really does force E-Arena's hand a lot more to be only on one side. E-Arena could try and counter that by sending more players on the same side as Upchen. And a 2-2 split is kind of doing that, but I think it should be a bit of a 3-1 from E-Arena.
Yeah, it's the whole conversation of the if, buts, and maybes on what could have been and should have been right. I think these players will be asking themselves at the end of the game, but Upchen definitely could be a pivotal factor in terms of his position on that lower side of the hill. Well, it's just a matter of... I think what's going to be key here is the first knock, right? Like, you get the first knock onto the team, you have to collapse with your nades and util and try and finish it off. You can't allow the revive to come through, and well, right now we have to wait and see where this phase starts to shift towards again, and this could be a pivotal moment as well in terms of the shift.
Of course, right now, Xiao do have the dead center of this phase 7 circle. They have the dead center of phase 8. They couldn't ask for a better shift in the palm of their hands. This makes it a lot tougher for E-Arena. They're going to have to commit to one side and one side only, go for the heart, stab them in the back, give absolutely no room for Xiao Ji to think. Whereas if you give them an inch, Xiao Ji, they're going to take a mile.
I think this is where Upchen's position could really come in handy as well. If he can slightly continue to edge further around this bottom side, and yeah, that's exactly what he's done. I like it. I like it a lot here from Upchen. I think he needs to stay exactly where he is, wait for those E-Arena players to come up over towards the top of the hill, and then he's just got a free line of sight into any player he wants to shoot at. And it's going to come down to angles here, pure angles of who's to find the initial opening pick. And you got to mention the first knock here is going to be absolutely pivotal.
E-Arena need to commit to one side. They're kind of stalling it out a bit too much, right? The blue zone is now starting to close in. Xiao GD haven't made a move just yet, but they don't need to, right? They don't need to. E-Arena, they need to be the ones to move, and now they're starting as the blue zone is closing in.
Yep, these smokes trying to block off that player. Upchen's line of sight. I think they've bounced straight off the ridge, though, and gone slightly further lower as well. Here we go. Then we're going to start to see a bit of an engagement go down. Is the Arena, they're trying to push forward. It's going to be Jervis to find the first shots onto KM9, and well, that's going to delay the push ever so slightly more for E-Arena, and you got to think they're going to be coming up a bit unstuck here. Anytime they try to make a bit of a move, the positioning from SGD are fantastic. I like this, though, from E-Arena. They're trying to smoke off Jervis and Upchen as much as possible and focus on the two players towards the right-hand side, and you said they needed to pick a spot. And well, here we go, Imperium. The charge comes through from the side of E-Arena. It's Jervis going to find the first frag onto Sissy. Huge knock in the way. Option! We mentioned the positioning. Can he go huge? He's down to 30 HP. The money comes through. Is going to be popped. There we go. It's Sapnix and Lyrics, though. Oh my god, it's a 3k from Lyrics. A 4k, I think, from Sapnix or Lyrics. One of the two. And somehow, E-Arena win that game.
Oh my god, I said they needed to make a move, they needed to push through, and that was absolutely perfect. John, it was perfect. It didn't really look like it because we maybe didn't get the perspectives that we wanted to in the final moments, but when you think about it, what E-Arena did was on point. They could have pulled out that push a little bit earlier, that's one thing I will say. However, when they made the pull, smoke, flash, molly, push, and keeping Sapnix on the back line was absolutely perfect. He was still in the circle, so he didn't have to worry about the blue, and even though the double knock came through from Xiao Ji onto E-Arena, they didn't stop pushing, right? Because E-Arena knew the only way they were going to shut down Xiao Ji was by pushing them. And they pushed them on the right side. Upchen did as much as they could, but in the end, it was too much. And E-Arena on top in this game. And I'm so happy to see them break the mold and clutch out a game. I think it had to be now or never in that game. They had to take advantage, and they did just that. And you got to say, it all come down to the fact that they located where Upchen was, and they just smoked him off and flashed him off perfectly, like you mentioned. And then, well, from there it was more of a convert everything through correctly, and you should win the game. And well, they're going to be looking great going into tomorrow. But as we check out some of our highlights, what would you say though is the pivotal moment there in that game for E-Arena, other than sort of the end game? Because there was a few situations where they were looking a little bit rocky. There was a few times where they were in a three-way fight. I think it was with BBA and NRX where they dropped a few players as well. What sort of moment in that game was it? So it was, honestly, it was like the execution of the third party, but then opting to move away from NRX and playing a little bit more for the circle. And then they messed up NRX later on in that game, and then when Decided Team Extraordinaire played in, it was absolutely easy for E-Arena. Like, E-Arena did what they do best in these kind of games, and had that player kind of pushing in on the anchor while the rest of the team were staying together, right? And they break that mold a little bit in Miramar, you know, where they aren't too separated. They tend to stay together for the most part, and it just allows them to play so fluidly as a team in those numbers. So definitely that kind of third party and then disengaging was a pivotal moment in my eyes.
Yeah, and if you cast your mind back to, say, the first day of games, sorry, and the second day of games, there were so many times that E-Arena, for example, one team in particular, that they didn't know when to disengage. They kept re-aggressing, and they would lose the fights because of that, and they would drop. How you can perform so much better from watching yourself back, learning from your mistakes and fixing the mistakes. And well, that's now put them probably in a fantastic spot going into tomorrow. I can't wait to take a little look at our live leaderboards eventually in a few seconds time. It's going to be really interesting. And well, we thought the first half of fixtures were crazy enough. I can't wait for the second.
And, you know, also getting rid of the last player myth was way more important than you think, because it allowed them to focus so much more on that final fight. And they knew that it was a 4v4, but you can look at this. Sapniks in that back line pushed Opchen back perfectly. The three players from Xiaoji Dui were there, but it was Lyrics that got a double knock, and then Sapniks got the second knock and the final kill. So it was indeed Lyrics and Sapniks together that clutched it out for the side of E-Arena, and they jump up from 10th to 4th in the standings.
Yeah, and not only that, they're actually matching Shaiji Dweezer's kill column as well with second place. So at the moment, you only probably say you have to worry about SGD if you're the side of Bliss. But if you know the likes of E-Arena go into tomorrow and make a great start, and they're looking fantastic.
Yeah, they are. They definitely are. Like I'm so, not only because they are my pick, but I know that E-Arena have. They really deserve that chicken dinner. A little bit similar to Colony yesterday, right? When they won the final game, it's kind of like E-Arena, the fruits of their labor have finally come through, and there's that element of you know, stress taken off their shoulders. The job, of course, still isn't done because they only have one chicken dinner, and there's plenty of teams behind them that also only have one, and Bliss still have 3 chicken dinners themselves. But to get that opening chicken, it means a hell of a lot. I know that for sure.
Yeah, well, they got the opening chicken dinner. It's safe to say, can they add the potatoes, gravies, and veg to go with it over the next few days or so? But listen, what a start to the competition. We are halfway through ourselves here at the AOC Masters Tournament of 2021. We really appreciate you guys tuning in. Of course, thank you so much to AOC for being a part of it and running a great show. Thank you to Imperium again, my friend, once again, for joining me.
An honor.
It's going to be great to get back here tomorrow and do it all over again, live in the flesh. Make sure you guys are here, same damn time. We'll see you tomorrow.